Εντάξει, νομίζω είμαστε οκ. Hello and welcome to From the Ink Up, week 42. I am Time, joined by Mark on the mic. Hi, Mark.
Hi, what's going on?
Uh,
Excited?
I'm excited. I'm actually really tired, so this will be a doozy, I think, especially these groups. We decided to switch it up to Swiss instead of our normal SOS-like groups. So here's hoping it doesn't go wrong.
How exciting.
Anyway, I think the first match is actually ready. We're going to be watching Inked Under versus Solaris.
Oh my god.
We
Yes,
got
we have to address the elephant squid in the room. Shiver's mom is featured on what is that? Underinked
Inked
versus
Under.
Underinked?
No, it's Inked Under.
Oh, there's no space. Okay, Inked Under and Solaris. Okay, how fun.
Yes. I'm so excited. Shiver must be so excited to see her mom finally competing. I hope that her age hasn't gotten to her, let's just say.
I'm sure she'll be fine on the battlefield.
Of course, of course. So what are do you know the maps that we're going to be looking at this time? It looks like Solaris is having some issues as well.
And there we are. And there's the answer to your question. We're playing Zones Hagglefish, Tower Inkblot, and Rainmakers on Scorch Gorge.
Big Hagglefish fan here. I don't know if you knew this about me. I'm a big Hagglefish guy. I like Hagglefish on almost every mode. Except for
like
clams.
Hagglefish. I feel like Hagglefish is honestly a little bit underrated. But also I get it, because it's like it's not even the Z piece for Tetris, it's the L piece, which is like, okay, that's fair.
L plus ratio Hagglefish E-liter map. Okay, anyway. The next one is Inkblot on Tower. I'm not a fan of Inkblot, actually. I'm not actually a fan. I don't like how when I'm playing NZAP, I'm a little guy and I can't fight for bats. So if somebody goes some bats, I'm like, well, guess I gotta die.
Just include the image of the guy shrugging. Guess I'll die.
Yeah, I guess I'll die, literally.
It's actually weird, because it's like, when you think of Inkblot, you have to think of you have to think of a very different map when you're talking about tower control. Because like different from other maps, there's not there's not that giant block in the middle that you see in the preview image. Instead, it's like a giant open space in the middle because you have your own tower.
Well, everyone knows Turf War isn't real.
Except
for Japanese players. It's real for them, not for us.
It's a myth for everybody else.
Yeah.
Some fever dream that they use to advertise the game.
It's true. Especially, like, every map, right, has key points. Like, Hagglefish Tower, you'll have, like, the top left area. For Haggle Zones, it's probably just, like... That's why Hagglefish Zone is such a tricky map, right? Is, like, there isn't really a key area you hold except for the flanks. Like, just try to keep those painted. And I'm wondering, like, how well they're going to be able to, you know, keep those painted. Like, because flanks on Haggle especially are detrimental, but if you look too hard, it's over.
Yeah, pretty much. Because if you, like, overextend being too cautious, then all of a sudden they rush you through the actual zone itself, and your entire team is dead. And that's... can honestly be difficult to recover from, because depending on how far up they push, it's very easy for the other team to just kind of lock you out, essentially.
That's how the cookie crumbles. And the last map is going to be on Scorch Rainmaker. That map is notorious for it's difficult to get a knockout.
Oh, so fun, Scorch Gorge. That'll be an interesting experience to watch. Scorch Gorge can also be weird because it has like the two different routes, and it's a really high risk-reward difference, because you have the straight shot across the grates, but obviously they're grates, and running straight into the line of fire, I think you can put two and two together on what might happen. But if you can get across, it's a checkpoint right in front of you, whereas going around the bend can be a little bit safer with the wall, but also like you'll be taking longer.
Yeah, the difficult thing really on Scorch is just like once you break that first checkpoint, what's your plan? Like to get to that first checkpoint, it's not actually really difficult, but getting the knockout, like, you're gonna need, like, at least 2 specials to break through.
Right. I mean, and I think it's about just taking the opportunity, because if one person defending drops down, overextends, and dies, then, well, then you pop your specials, then you pop your Inkzuka to kill the backline, and you throw up your Kraken to go cause chaos, and then you bring in the Rainmaker. It's just a matter of staying safe when the defenders are back there. And if they play it well, then it can be very, very difficult for the Rainmaker to make it all the way.
Luckily, we won't be looking at that match first because it's going to be a really exciting third match, and but we will be thinking about like Haggle zones. Like, do you know any of these these players on these teams who have been selected today?
Unfortunately, I don't. I'm not super well into the networking of actual players, but I mean, if Shiver's mom is anything like Shiver, then it sounds like it'll be pretty cool to see her play.
Of course. It looks like they're actually going to be starting in just a second. It looks like there was some problems. One guy like had to go. Another guy was like watching a movie. There's a lot of stuff going on. But hopefully this has all been like, solved, gotten together.
That would be the hope now, wouldn't it?
And here they are.
All right, here we go. Oh, Shiver's mom is coming in for the first match. All right, we're going to have Inked Under versus Solaris. Hagglefish zones. We do see Splatana Stamper. Two Splatlings on Solaris. Both the Nautilus and the Ballpoint Splatling.
A distinct lack of stealth jump from Inked Under, though. Like, that's pretty big. Stealth jump is a pretty strong ability in this game. If you die, like, you're just gonna expose yourself, really.
That's true. Hagglefish is kind of a short walk all the way back to the zone. Though. Oh, we do see an early Inkzuka, which manages to snipe a kill, as we see another one go down on the right side. Inked Under getting the easy wipeout in record time, giving them a lot of time to just build up points as they throw a Ink Storm in there to cover a lot of ground.
Solaris does have 2 specials at the ready, though, so they're going to be popping that Zuka, popping that Cooler, and hopefully moving in with them. We see the Rain come out too, but it looks like Dodger actually gets a pick on the shot, and it makes it so that Solaris is going to have to fight for that zone with another special. That's basically all of their specials, though, so Inked Under is going to be coming around with the hammer and actually taking out 2 of Solaris.
Shiver's mom really going on a rampage right now, and they managed to regain their positioning. You see a lot of, you see another Ink Storm come out as they cover a ton of ground. Echo locators on both sides thanks to the Nautili. Oh, a Zipcaster extension to get 2 kills with the Zipcaster Octobrush.
But Inked Under is also 2 down. Looks like the Jet actually comes out on Solaris. Easily gets picked by the Knot, though, as the Knot's looking for another kill on the enemy Splatling. Looks like it's not going to work out, but one goes down for Inked Under as 2 specials come out from Solaris. Looks like they're getting back this zone.
We hear another Inkzuka come out, which does manage to snipe out one of Solaris as they are trying to fight back for the zone. But they do have Tacticooler out, meaning that they're getting those easy, fast respawns as Shock tries to retreat for positioning. But the zone's in kind of a empty fight right now. The Octobrush and the Shot trying to claim it for Inked Under, while both of the Splatlings manage to keep pressuring it. But we do see another Inkzuka, which manages to take out 3 players at the same time.
Shocked popped off with this Zuka, literally just hunting for this last guy, trying to get another Zuka, already a 3rd there. Like, this is really back and forth, but every time Inked Under loses control of the zone, they're always just getting back in there with a special, with a triple. Like, they're really good at just not, losing control for too long, even with specials coming out on the side of Solaris.
It really does seem to be just a play of a ton of specials. We do see Shiver's mom take out the not the Splatana Stamper, but rather the Ultra Stamp, only managing to, I think, get 1 kill, but actually we do see Mario 64 trying to push in, getting 1 kill, but unfortunately going down to the Octobrush, coming up from one of the flank routes, trying to get as many kills from behind as possible, as Inked Under takes the first match.
That was a very exciting game. Like, a lot of this game was, like, at the start and in the middle especially, it just felt really back and forth with Solaris popping specials, getting back that zone, but the problem is they just could not hold the zone. That double splatling was a little too passive for that Zipcaster that would just break their line and just pop them all out. Like, you can see here, Mario at the end of the game just had to run in as the timer ticked down. Like, there was not a lot he could really do there, as like Ink Thunder kind of proved that they don't really need stealth jump to win this game.
They certainly do not. I think really it was like a matter of it became there was each team's turn to use their specials, but then it just became that one team held on to the zone just a few seconds longer, which makes all the difference.
I mean, we saw a lot of like really good picks, like Shocked and Dodger especially were just going forward from Inked Under, like literally ripping apart Solaris's like mid and back line. Like they could not get a foot in, even when they had to pop like 4 specials, 3 specials every time they would get that zone, and they didn't have anything to maintain it. As Inked Under would really just take advantage of that that gap in their thoughts. So.
Right. We're gonna be moving on to Inkblot art on tower control. So I'm excited to see what kind of like weapon changes we're gonna see, especially because like the Splatlings could actually really dominate the like general mid if they can get up on top of the box towers.
Definitely. Those are called stacks, by the way. When we're looking at Inkblot Tower, we're going to be seeing, like, once you get past that first checkpoint, one team is going to be wanting to take the enemy team's bats and just, like, hold that area, because bats is, like, a really good, like, it's just a really good defensive structure that you need to push back in. And if you cannot hold your team's bats, it's basically a death sentence.
Right. We are going to be jumping in, as we do see almost an identical lineup, if I'm not wrong, but we do see no, that is an identical lineup. We do see Solaris switching things up, going to a sloshing machine and the hero shot. Honestly, much better than the splatter shot, in my opinion. Definitely a stronger weapon in the meta.
I don't know. I've seen some people call it ugly and a rectangle, so you tell me, buddy. Speaking of which, it looks like Inked Under is going to get an early pick on the slosher from Solaris, as they try to get a tower push, but in turn go one down again. Looks like this is really back and forth, but just trading people over and over again. Looks like Inked Under has finally gotten an advantage, though, starting to ride that tower, keeping Solaris just 2 down, constantly staggering them in their spawn. But it looks like they haven't taken the enemy's bats yet.
We do see the Inkjet finally come out from Lil on Inked Under, trying to weave in and around the Inkzuka shots, trying to sneak a pick in, but does not manage to get any, landing on the tower and managing to make it out with the drop roller. We are seeing Solaris finally make their return of momentum as they push back, the Nautilus managing to throw out the Inkstorm, but getting attacked by the Zipcaster, as the Zipcaster does manage to find a kill before trading.
Looks like Misk here is trying really hard to avoid Shock Zuka. Actually ends up doing it. Like, this, you can't really push the tower in a 4v4 situation. Like, it's just, oh my god! And speaking of this, Shiver's mom has actually popped off, getting a triple with the hammer, taking the enemy team's bats. They know what they're doing. They know what they want to, they know the area they want to take.
Shiver's mom is managing to hold the enemy's attention, getting a single pick as we see them going down, going in for the Ultra Stamp, getting another kill for a second wipeout in a row. This is going to leave Inked Under with a huge advantage, managing to push so much ground as we see torpedo pressure coming out from Shiver's mom, who's been weaving in and out of enemy fire this entire time and not gone down.
Inked Under is putting up a good fight, just trying to make sure Solaris just stays a little bit staggered in their spawn. Looks like they've actually left Solaris as bats, though. So now it looks like the tower will be returning to mid, but Inked Under has all the pressure here. 3 specials up on the side of Solaris as 2 go down!
Two of them do still have specials down to one of them. We see the hero shot holding on to their Inkzuka for as long as possible. As we see, Inked Under is finally managing to regroup, and they're going for picks, as we do see Sothis missing the Inkzuka shots, going down after overextending into mid. Ooh. Shiver's mom going in for the advantage. We do see the Booyah Bomb come up and drop it right below them, not managing to get any kills.
That's huge kill for Inked Under right here. As Shock pops another Zuka, they get another pick. It looks like they might be able to push the tower at least a little bit as 3 go down on the side of Solaris. This shot is really just pushing up, taking space on the enemy bats once more. Hopefully not going to abandon it this time, as they're going to try and extend their lead a little bit.
Right, we do see Shock is close to another one of the Inkzukas, managing to get it, pulling it out, and we're gonna see, nope, nothing there that time, but managing to go down. Solaris really trying to play their higher positioning right now, as we do see the Zipcaster come up and manage to get a kill before going down, but it's just a little bit too much for Inked Under to continue pushing, so we see Lil try to retreat and regroup, but getting pressured by the sloshing machine. Lots of fizzy bombs from both sides as the tower starts to return to the middle. Lil having to jump out for safety, leaving the rest of Inked Under to try and manage, but we do see Shock go down already to the Booyah Bomb.
Looks like 2 down are on the side of Inked Under now, so it looks like Solaris is finally starting their next push. Keeping another 2 down as they go down. Ooh, and then Shed just gets a sick double. Gets picked by the machine. It looks like their push isn't quite dead yet, but they might have to put it on pause for just a second as members of Inked Under start respawning. As I say that, though, it looks like a few of them have gone down, and looks like Unpinkter here is actually perfectly able to survive the Booyah Under tree worst case scenario.
Shiver's mom going in for another Ultra Stamp Rampage, but gets taken out before anything happens. Solaris starting to lose their people, as you can even look at the map and see Inked Under has taken so much turf, which gives them such a massive advantage. Time is ticking down to around 15 seconds. Shocked, ready to pull out the Inkzuka. Here it comes. And we see the Inkjet come out too. Massive pressure onto Solaris as they kind of scramble to try and not get taken out by any of the specials. But time is ticking down. It doesn't really seem like Solaris can regain their momentum in time, and that is going to be the game. No! Oh my god! The overtime comes in. Solaris is in a panic.
It looks like Solaris has actually successfully pushed most of the members of Inked Under off their tower. Looks like Inked Under, all they really needed to do was just try and secure their knockout, and instead it looks like Solaris is taking advantage of that lapse in judgment and making sure that, hey, we're going to preserve our push. They have 2 specials up. Inked Under has none, but goes down to an unfortunate suction on tower as Dodger takes this tower and takes game 2 for Inked Under.
It was that was genuinely a wild game to watch. It seems to be a lot of special play from Inked Under. They just really know how to push with those offensive, explosive specials. Shocked with the incredible shots on the Inkzuka. Shiver's mom with the Ultra Stamp triple kill wipeout. I mean, it's a whole thing, and we can't forget Lil with the Inkjet getting tons of long range picks.
To keep in mind that Solaris, like, they actually worked really hard for a lot of their pushes. They would run forward, they would pop their specials, they would even take care of people who were in the middle of popping their specials. Like, they knew what they needed to do, and they needed to, like, they took a really good advantage of Inked Under's, like, lack of, like, they just overextended, really. And what they ended up doing was, in the end, Inked Under just took the gold, they took the game. And it looks like now we're on this last game for best of 3, which is Scorched Gorge. It's going to be a very difficult game to get past either checkpoint, I feel. But once you get past that checkpoint, like to like 3 or even 20 range, you're pretty safe on this map.
I definitely think we're going to see like a big run around with mid in general, and we're going to see whether they choose bridge or ramp as their push options here. I'm curious because I was not expecting Sloshing Machine last game, but I think it'd be interesting to see what Solaris might try to pivot to. Inked Under has yet to actually change any weapon in their lineup as far as I'm aware. So,
well, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Exactly, that's, yep, right.
Honestly, I feel like Solaris, like, when you're playing Rainmaker, pop is pretty important, so I have to wonder if Solaris is going to try and mix it up, try to take at least one game off of Inked Under, maybe like get that Rainmaker pop early lead.
We do see the new heavy edit Splatling being pulled out by Inked Under for Game 3, holding onto the Octobrush, Splatana's Wiper, and Splatter Shot that worked so well for them before, but just with another new face. We've seen a new Splatling from them every single round so far. Solaris just holding true to what seems to work. Double Splatling, Hero Shot, N-Zap. N-Zap already getting the special and throwing out that Tacticooler for the easy advantage. But we do see a Tacticooler from Inked Under as well, at his Splatling having the Tacticooler to provide support for the team, as we do see Lil go in for the Rainmaker and hold on to it.
It looks like Inked Under is now starting their push, popping up with the N-Zap, the Cooler. I've been told, honestly, that there are two specials you really, really want for Rainmaker. One of those is Cooler, and the other one is Inkvac. And we don't see an Inkvac on either side here, but we do see both teams taking advantage of that fast cooldown Cooler and that buffed movement speed that they're going to get.
Right,
Ooh.
it's kind of immensely helpful for somebody holding the Rainmaker to be able to run actually at a decent speed, as we do see Dodger going in and punishing that easy super jump. That's usually where that stealth jump might come in clutch if they had not seen it coming, but Dodger just holding their sneaky spot around the corner, trying to pressure the enemy players, managing to get 2 kills, but not quite managing to take out that other Splatling.
Right? It looks like Solaris also goes 1 down. Oh, but 1 goes down on the side of Inked Under. They will be able to hold this Rainmaker there, but I don't think they'll be able to push further anymore, as now that's basically a wipe on Inked Under. This is Solaris' time to push, and push they are going to.
We do see them immediately taking a ton of turf, as we do see Inker trying to get a lot of aggressive Rainmaker shots in to push them up and around the cover. We do see the Zipcaster coming in very aggressively, trying to take out the Rainmaker. And we see the Inkjet coming out to pressure Inked Under as they try to repel, but they're holding...
In this scenario, Rainmaker is kind of a game of patience. Solaris is waiting for Inked Under to make a mistake, like that actually, as, oh, the Rainmaker actually gets picked off by Shiver's mom, but it looks like they still have an advantage here, as Inked Under still needs to get back into their positions.
Right, it's, I mean, like you said with your patience, it's the Rainmaker really just has to wait for its kind of opening where somebody might overextend, but right now it seems to be a lot of just picking back and forth and a lot of suction bombs, as what you might expect from having a splatter shot on both sides. The Zipcaster once again getting super aggressive going for that Rainmaker, but doesn't quite manage to take it. Dodger using that Tacticooler to take the chance to go in really recklessly, getting 1 kill as they pressure the Rainmaker, who seems to be a little bit stuck in the corner there. So is just sitting and hiding. And there is the ambush with the Inkzuka, but they don't manage to get any hits off. Fortunately, as we see a dropped suction bomb going up and around, going around the Tacticooler. Somehow Sothis has not yet gone down, just managing to hold on as they finally fall off while Shiver's mom tries to go in for the stamp, but doesn't quite get anything.
It looks like Solaris is taking advantage of Inked Under's hyper-aggressive strategy by just picking them off as they run towards them. That being said, looks like Misk is actually kind of stuck in this corner over here with the 1v1 versus Dodger. Dodger has actually been a thorn in Inked Under's side this entire game. Like, popping that Zipcaster, getting multiple picks, as you see here, basically... Ooh, and they get picked by the Zuka. Looks like 2 down on the side of Inked Under. This is Solaris' time to push once again, but they can't be too hasty, as all eyes are on them. Oh, jeez.
Shiver's mom really getting aggressive with the stamp, but unfortunately, I think Solaris got a little too excited by Inked Under overextending there and forgot how much turf Inked Under still had to work with from both sides, as we do see them taking in the Rainmaker and possibly going up and taking the checkpoint, Shock slamming that Rainmaker down. That's a big help for Inked Under in terms of getting closer to winning this game, but I wouldn't count Solaris out, honestly. They've been playing pretty well this game.
There is 30 seconds left on the timer now, as Solaris is going to be trying to look for an opening to just push forward and take control of the field. The Jet and the Zuka both come out looking for some picks. 1 goes down on the side of Inked Under, but it looks like they're not going to get any more, even with that Rainmaker pop.
Right, and now the Rainmaker is just out in the middle. As we do see Mario 64 grab the Rainmaker, but they don't know who to look at, where to fire, as they're just trying to dodge. Dodger going in for the aggressive Octobrush, managing to get 2 kills with the Zipcaster, allowing time tick down for a wipeout to end the game. Inked Under is going to be the winner of all 3 games from this first play all 3.
Very exciting. I honestly, when I saw Inked Under game 1 with no stealth jump on their roster, or maybe they had one, I was just like, wow, what are you going to be shocking us with here? And obviously, they're going to shock us by taking 3 clean games off of Solaris.
Right, it seemed to be that aggressive play style, which really just had Solaris on the defensive pretty much the whole time. They did manage to rebound, sort of, for this Rainmaker game, but Ink Under started to slow their roll a little bit and adjust in time to push it up to the checkpoint.
With these teams specifically, Inked Under's definitely Dodger was a thorn in Solaris' side. They were constantly popping Zipcasters all those games, providing suction support, just running forward, being the aggressive person that they need to be. And honestly, it just would really work out because if you're looking at the Ink Brush, you're not going to be looking at the heavy edit. You're not going to be looking for the shot. You're not going to be looking for the wiper, the hammer, everything that's going to come out. And suddenly, all of a sudden, you're locked in like a 1v1, 2v1, like just trying to get rid of the Zipcaster. Suddenly they're throwing more specials at you and it becomes really overwhelming. We can really see how this strategy has been working up for Inked Under.
Yeah, honestly, it's been so much like beautiful special play. Like, I can think of an incredible moment with like every single special. Like, you saw Shocked in like the first game on Hagglefish Zones had this incredible shot taking out 2 people at the same time with one Inkzuka shot and then a third with another shot. You had Shiver's mom going with the aggressive Ultra Stamp pushes, which managed to net a triple kill while on Inkplot. Lil's Inkjets were applying so much pressure that it made it so difficult to push on that second game. And of course the Tacticooler as well to push up in the third one.
The key for beating hyper-aggressive comps like Inked Under is really just be patient and wait for them to feed to you, because Dodger is really, like, Dodger and Shocked are the 2 that make that comp work. And if you pick off both of them at the same time, you force the other 2 members of Inked Under to back up, and then you can like push that Rainmaker, push that tower, take space. Solaris was doing really well in that second game for recognizing it, and in that third game, it was just really difficult to get any momentum with Dodger just like hiding in these little nooks and crannies. We could see the entire game.
Right. Solaris definitely like tried to go out and claim those kind of moments of disorganization when you could see that Inked Under was sort of spread out, but they just managed to rebound very quickly, especially in that third game with the Tacticooler decreased respawn downtime.
Right? Speaking of which, looks like round 1 is actually over, so we'll be taking a look at we'll actually be taking a short break. See you guys in a 5 to 10 minutes.
Alright, and welcome back, everybody. We just got off a beautiful game. Welcome back to From the Ink Up. I'm on the mic with Time. Hello, how's it going?
Hi, great to be here. We're gonna be looking at round 2 starting in just a moment, which is Perry Helly versus Squid EST.
Specifically with a question mark, however.
Yes, of course.
You gotta have that inflection of the, huh?
Huh? Yeah, it looks like Perry Helly is actually a French team. It's probably like 1 a.m. over there for them. So I'm really excited to see if the sleep tiredness is gonna come and get them for this match or not. It looks like it didn't affect them last round though, because they did take all their games.
So did Squid EST, so it sounds like it's gonna be an interesting battle of very strong teams as we see our map list come up, starting with Museum Alfonsino, Clan Blitz.
Ugh, I hate this map. I hate Museum Clan Blitz.
I hate this map.
Oh my god! Shut up, Peanut Gallery. Sorry. Museum Clams, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, for a while, I kind of was, but as I've gotten better, I kind of realized, no, this just sucks. Like, if the enemy team has a backline, if the enemy team has a backline that outranges your backline, you kind of have to play super passive. You're gonna have to go top left, top right. You're gonna have to go, like, top of the spinner. Like, once you get onto your plat, if you don't get them out of your plat, their push is just not going to end. And then on top of that, you have that block. Oh, so annoying.
Alright, and we're gonna jump in for Clam Blitz as we see kind of the usual suspects, plus a range blaster. We see Tri-Stringer and 2 shots, Hero Shot and Splatter Shot. The endless comparisons continue. But I'm very excited to see we have entirely stealth jump on the side of Perry Helly, which sounds hilarious because it sounds like nobody's gonna know where anybody is. We see a Tri-Stringer early pick.
This is an insane game. Looks like both, like the shot and the range both go down on the side of Perry Helly. Squid EST also popping Azuka, trying to get a pick, ends up forcing the knot in a corner. Looks like they're going to make a push for Perry Helly's plat now.
We do see the range blaster trying to defend as Nate goes in for an aggressive push. We do see Static backing them up, holding onto a power clam, but Static goes down as Nate tries to escape, but does not seem to make it. Sora getting a triple kill.
Looks like this knot is actually kind of popping off for Perry Helly right now, forcing the members of Squid EST onto their plat, taking control of mid for them. Looks like the Zuka will also come out as more specials do. Gonna get a power clam in soon.
We do see Sora trying to get very aggressive with the Tacticooler, going and getting almost another double kill, hosting some little super jumps as they don't quite make it to that power clam, but they're holding on to their Ink Storm.
Looks like Perry Helly has now made it into Squid EST's plat, exactly the spot they want to be to start their push going. 2 power clams are actually on the plat. Range Blaster gets it direct. Ooh, and here comes.
We do have 2 power clams in play as the range blaster manages to get one in and is trying to take one away, but Nate comes in from behind for the flank. A double power clam makes it in, all by the power of the range blaster as Nate tries to clean things up as Squid EST manages to push Perry Helly out of their spawn, but just not quite in time.
Perry Helly hasn't given up mid fully yet, as Squid EST has to pop a Zuka and a Cooler to completely clear them. But they're still there! Gets a pick from the corner! Oh, that's so lucky.
Nate definitely pushing this right flank route again as the range blaster just gets overwhelmed a little bit. Perry Helly is really staggering right now, so if I were on Squid EST, this would be the prime opportunity to push. As we see, the clam cooperation thrown up, but unfortunately, Perry Helly just pulls back and immediately reverses it.
Looks like Perry Helly has successfully pushed all members of Squid EST off their plat. Squid EST has ever so kindly given Perry Helly back control of mid, as Perry Helly is going to pop a few specials just to make sure Squid EST stays contained in their side of the map versus our side of the map.
We do see Error, unfortunately going down, as we do see a beautiful Ink Zuka shot coming out. Killer Whale with lots of pressure from the Tri-Stringer. We do see Max Light holding on to a Tacticooler, just waiting for the opportunity to push as Static jumps in. Only one Power Clam in play with Perry Helly, but they're holding it onto the back to try and wait for a safe moment.
Something I've noticed about Perry Helly is they love hoarding power clams and only scoring power clams. And I have to wonder if that's going to bite them once Squiddy ST gets a push off.
It really seems like it's kind of definitely a high-risk, high-reward play, but we do see EST and Perry Helly both losing players, but Perry Helly is getting pushed really far back, a trade with the Inkzooka as Static is moving around at light speed, collecting enough for a power clam, trying to keep people pushed away, while the Tri-Stringer grabs that power clam and holds on to picking.
And it looks like Squiddy ST is not going to give up mid that easily this time. As I say that, though, it looks like Levy has actually gotten another pick on the enemy shot, pushing them all the way back into their flat. It looks like now it's Perry Helly's turn to try and get another power clam or two in.
It really seems like Levy has been really getting a lot of mileage out of that splash damage from the blasters, but the second that they get rushed, they're managing to take them down. So we do see Squiddy ST actually getting very aggressive right now, popping 2 different specials, 3 in fact if you count the Tacticooler, as Static tries to get some Inkzooka shots.
Ouch! Looks like Sora's getting another key pick on Squiddy ST, completely stopping their push, but not before they get revenge killed by Nate.
Error is trying to regain control of their plat, holding on to that Inkzooka for the right moment, jumping into mid and popping the Inkzooka, trying to get some picks, manages to get one over the spinner! Oh my god!
This is really exciting. Squiddy ST is pushed all the way back in their spawn. They do have their pity left, but the problem is they're going to have to fight an uphill battle, getting Perry out of mid, and that's not going to go too well for them as 3 go down on the side of Squiddy ST, and Perry Helly scores, winning that game.
It really seems like they got wild with their power clam pushes right at the end there, but it just seemed like a very easy reluctance for Squid EST to kind of let Perry Helly kind of run the match.
Right? Like, this is like Perry Helly, once they got into mid, they really didn't want to let it go. They kind of had it into a vice grip. Like, whenever Squid EST got pushed off of mid, they would give up a ton of space, and Perry Helly would just take advantage of that, simply running in and taking control of what they want to be theirs. You can see, like, a lot of, like, really good clam tosses, especially from this team. They were in perfect sync. But the difference between museum clams and Mako zones is like night and day.
It's definitely one of the more interesting matches I've seen on Museum of all places, so shout out to those teams for actually making that map that kind of stinks in my opinion. Fun to watch. As we're going to move on to Mako Mart Zones, which is definitely a quirky one to say the least.
I am a big fan of Mako. Like, you're going to be seeing a lot of ledges. You're going to be seeing a lot of running around. And this map is also a lot smaller than Museum. And this is really going to help out Squiddy ST, I feel, because there's going to be less space for them to give up. There's a lot of, like, specific chokes that if you can keep control of them, you're not going to get locked out very easily. But we also see Perry Helly is not one to shy away from seeing an opening.
It's definitely... I can definitely see some beautiful Inkzooka shots in our future with all of the splatter shots running around in a map like Mako Mart. Just the angle and range specifically of the Inkzooka seems to play well to getting around some of that cover.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a Tri-Slosher on this map. Try is really big on this map, you know?
True. It's got that beautiful thing we call gravity.
Listen, when Isaac Newton invented gravity...
He had no idea the can of worms he was opening up, allowing buckets to throw paint at people.
It was horrible reality we live in. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Squid EST able to take this back from Perry Helly. Like, not only is the sleep deprivation getting to these French players, but they also have
really playing at a disadvantage, huh?
a little bit, but you know, they're fighting through it. So, you know, I think Squid EST has a fighting chance on this map, especially. Like, not like it wasn't a close game beforehand. They just need to make sure not to give up the space around zone, and I think they should be fine.
Well, I'll say they definitely can't really, like, afford to do what they did last time, because now it's just the actual major objective that they'd be giving up by falling back. So I do think we're going to see an adjustment that really does help them out for the better with this change of mode and map, as we are going to jump into the game on zones. There it is!
The Tri-Slasher range
and we see a
blaster
Dreadringer.
Ooh. Dreadringer. Well, Dreadringer actually paints a surprising amount, but they are going to have a lot of problems fighting off the range of the Nautilus and the Range Blaster. Like, you know, chip from the Nautilus plus a single Range Blaster shot is just going to be lethal. And as I say that, that Range Blaster actually gets 2 on right stack, and it looks like Perry Helly is actually going to take early lead here.
We do see them drop down that Tacticooler for that early advantage. It's definitely... You're definitely right about the range, because between the Nautilus and the Range Blaster, the best thing that Squid EST can do is use those Inkzukas to try and take out their backline. But even then, with the other two, the Spotter Shot and the Tri-Slasher getting really aggressive, it's dangerous.
Ooh, oh, and looks like poor Static actually pops a Zuka and goes down. Oh, and Nate also just gets pincered by Perry Helly. What they need to do is they need to push in together with their specials. They can't get too staggered. But as I say that, Error is fighting for their life. Not even House Cooler anymore.
We do see Error really getting pressure, does manage to go down, but Squid EST actually does need to work really fast. Reef Slider comes out, managing to take away the zone, if only for a second. Squid EST is going to need to work fast because they need to regain that there, and now those pity points come in to block Perry Helly off from an easy win, as we do see them trying, Squid EST fighting for their lives right now.
Perry Helly hasn't given up mid yet, though. They're still on their stack. As you can see, oh, and as I say that, 3 go down on the side of Perry Helly to the Zuka and the Dreadringer, respectively. Already, Squid EST is on the enemy snipe and in their bunker, just trying to take them, trying to initiate a lockout, which they're doing pretty well.
We do see a lot of, oh, and there comes the Tacticooler and the Inkzuka coming up. That Reef Slider is ready on deck as Ava Cord is really trying to pressure anybody out, but the Reef Slider comes out and it overextends a little bit, allowing Perry Helly to jump in and sneak in control while that Dreadringer is away and distracted. The Wavebreaker coming out to dissuade any pushes right now, as, oh my god, that poor Dreadringer.
Right? So it looks like Perry Helly has actually popped all of their specials. Squid EST is just going to have to try and regroup together, take care of this Range Blaster on the right. 1 goes down on the side of Perry Helly, 2 goes down on the side of Perry Helly, 3 goes down, oh my god, almost 4 goes down. Static is going to be chasing this last guy all the way back up to Snipe. Solidifying the control of the zone. These are literally a 10-point difference between each team. Like, either team could really take it here.
This absolutely could go either way. What I've been noticing, which is kind of funny to me, is just the amount of suction bombs that Squid EST is throwing, which obviously comes with, I'm pretty sure, all 4 weapons having suction bombs. So I'm wondering if they coordinated that in their strategy.
Definitely. Bomb spam is extremely important. Ooh, and the unlucky pick. Looks like Levy is actually trying to go for another pick. 3 down on the side of Squid EST. No, and honestly, lots of thanks to their Range Blaster for that. Looks like now Levy is going to be sharking left side. Ooh, and gets pushed out. Almost gets pushed out. It looks like they're going to be holding this lockout for a little while longer as Squid EST has to wait for their teammates to respawn.
And there's that dreaded gravity coming in as you see the Inkzuka shots dropping over, and when you see the Dreadringer pushing up, Squid EST manages to regain control of the zone, giving Perry Helly more points to work as they fall back and just let Squid EST take all that area. It seems like they're making the same mistake that Squid EST did.
That's the thing, though, is that a lot of sometimes you do have to give up a little bit of space, especially when your team is all down and you have no tempo. So honestly, as I say this, by the way, Perry Helly has actually gone back into the zone as Squiddy ST lost their eyes on it for a second. 2 go down on the side of Squiddy ST as we're in this final minute. They're just trading players back and forth.
We do see Static going in for another one of those Ink Zukas, not managing to get any picks, but regaining enough control for them to jump in and grab that zone. And if they can just churn through all their pity points. Oh, God.
What a shame. That Reef Slider did not get out in time, as looks like Rain is actually coming out on the zone, and it looks like Static is actually in a deadlock 1v1 right now, about to be a 2v1, gets the pick, 3 down on the side of Perry Helly. Squiddy ST is now getting another pick on the knot. Looks like this Range Blaster can't really do a lot in a zone. All they need to do is hold it for another like 20 ticks or so.
This could absolutely work out for them if they can just hold off Perry Helly as a pick goes down on both sides. We're jumping into overtime, losing down to 2. A wipeout Reef Slider to take the game for Squid EST. Oh my god, the clutch.
Reef Slider.
Game 2.
Reef Slider is absolutely, oh my god, especially in this like kind of game is, oh my god, I'm sorry. The Reef Slider hype onto the Tacticooler. Tacticooler has a lot of bonuses, including it but not limited to giving you a soda, which is a delicious treat. But one downside is not only do you have to be out of squid form to get the soda, but also it provides a marker for the enemy team to find you and kill you, and that's exactly what Squiddy ST did as they take game 2.
It was a beautiful last play. It did seem like the bomb spam managed to actually work out for them, because it just helped them stall that little bit longer and cut off so much space to where they had to get kind of clumped up to try and push real aggressively, and the Reef Slider capitalized on that. Right?
That is a easy 1-1 right now for both teams. I am really looking forward to this final game. Oh my god, sorry, I can't get over that Reef Slider. I don't think I've ever seen a Reef Slider be used to get a clutch triple at the end of the game. Like, oh my god. Squiddy ST actually did get some amazing picks with their specials right at the end. Like, it really forced Perry Helly into a corner where they had to pop their specials and run in at that moment, and they had something ready for them.
Right. It just, I certainly thought that they were going to be struggling a lot more with range, but between all those bombs and the specials of the Trizuka and the even that Reef Slider, apparently, they just managed to kind of make up the difference.
Right? So how are we feeling about Manta Tower? Like, what do we think's going to come out on each side?
Knowing Manta, I guess the correct phrase would be not knowing Manta. I'm not completely sure myself. I think we'll definitely still see some of the classics. I think we'll still see a splatter shot on both sides, but here we go, jumping into game 3.
Here's the Rage Blaster, and no ballpoint on the side of Perry Helly, and no Splatling on the side of Squiddy ST. Both sides do have some AoE, though, with the sloshing and the range.
We are seeing a lot of the classics. Still going to see a lot of Ink Zuka. We do see the sloshing machine, which will be fun. We'll see Booyah Bombs thrown through those grates, maybe. The Nautilus is kind of uncontested in the Splatling category, as we see just a kind of a strong neutral coming out between both teams. Nobody wants to hop quite on the tower yet, still looking for a pick, which Perry Helly manages to get on Squid EST after the Tactical comes out.
Looks like both sides are actually getting picks. Squid EST is going 2 down, as looks like Nate is actually forced back even with Tacticooler, which is a good decision in my opinion. Like, even if you have Tacticooler, death is still a death, and here comes the Zuka getting a pick on the guy on tower. Now it looks like all of them are on tower, getting that Tacticooler, just throwing out that ink. Avacord is actually in a very good position right now. 3 go down on the side of Perry Helly.
We are seeing Squid EST trying to regain their spot, their momentum as we see them push forward. The NZAP getting their hands on the Tacticooler and just waiting for the moment to throw it. Sora trying to go in with that Nautilus to try and get any picks from the high ground as we see 2 down on Squid EST. Sora running for their lives trying to escape.
Wow, this is like neither team is going to be breaking out of mid anytime soon, as there's literally a 2-point difference between them. It looks like Squid EST is starting to farm for their specials as they actually pop the Zuka on Sora.
Sora is managing to quite stay out of the way though, as Squid EST seems to be getting aggressive, taking a lot of space, but Sora gets a pick as one of the Squid EST members falls, allowing Perry Helly to get that easy push-up advantage as Avacord is trying to stay alive.
Ooh, gets a nice trade with the Rage Blaster. That is a huge threat, neutralized from on the side of Perry Helly. So it looks like Squiddy ST now has a chance to push back in. They have the cooler. They looks like Perry Helly just used a few of their specials. Ooh, down 2 go on the side of Perry Helly.
We are seeing those bombs coming clutch as Era managed to get a pick from even behind a wall. Perry Helly not willing to let go of that tower as Tevi manages to stay on top as the Trizuka from behind is trying to knock them off.
Era is on waiting for their shark to finally pay off. They've been here for quite a while, just waiting in a key position, and they get a pick. Looks like 2 down, 3 down on the side of Squiddy ST. That really worked out very well for them, as it looks like they're going to be back on that tower, riding that all the way to that next checkpoint.
Perry Helly is really trying to maintain their advantage and doesn't really want to let Squiddy ST at the time of day, but you do see a massive crunch on Perry Helly, pushing them back all the way to the beginning. Squiddy ST getting their momentum back.
Squiddy ST is a little slow to push up though, as Perry Helly is able to get all the way back in position by the time they take the enemy's bunker. Looks like the Zuka actually goes down on the side of Squiddy ST to that range, but nonetheless, it still helps getting that pressure up. 2 down on each side. They can keep this push going with that cooler.
That cooler is going to be essential as they manage to... Oh, the Booyah Bomb comes out, managing to not actually snag anybody. We do see Avacord trading with the Range Blaster.
That's huge, but sadly the rest of their team goes down in a ball of flames around them. So it looks like they're going to be having to get back into mid. Looks like the shot is actually in a crazy 2v1. Ends up getting picked off. Squiddy ST is going to be fighting a little bit of an uphill battle trying to get back this midsection, but it's still a really close game.
Very winnable for either side right now, but we do see Perry Helly pop that Tacticooler and the Ink Storm, and then, oh my god, Tevier... Oh, Levy. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm having a day.
Go ahead.
We see the Range Blaster getting a great pick.
Looks like Perry Helly is going to be content to keep their lead as Levy gets 2, 3 go down. 30 seconds left on that clock. Like, they don't even need to ride tower at that point. They're just going to be riding it for funsies.
It's definitely just a matter of keeping that advantage for 2 feet on the tower as we see the Tacticooler come out, which can also act as a little bit of a shield, in all honesty. It actually does block, I think, a shot or two, but we do see the NZAP go down as Squid EST is getting aggressive going for that tower.
Looks like 2 go down on the side of Perry Helly. Right at the end here, last 10 seconds, like, Squiddy ST is going to be fighting it on that tower, and Perry Helly, all they need to do is just bide their time for a little bit, pop their specials, and pop their specials they do, getting picks on the tower, and Perry Helly rides it at the last second.
Wow, that was a really back and forth game. It just seemed like Squid EST started to trip up towards the end, which let kind of Perry Helly jump in and sneak for the win.
They were really sneaky, especially when at the end they realized their win condition. Oh, they needed to back up, get their specials, while Squiddy ST really had to fight for everything.
Honestly, that was my favorite game that we saw between the two of them, just because it felt very close the whole time. We saw so many good like Trizuka shots, and that Range Blaster managed to sneak so many kills.
Right? Truly, the Range Blaster pick is honestly something that you don't really see all that too often, and they really played their range to their fullest. when you're fighting a lot of meta teams, like you're using double splatter shot zap and then like a one-off. So like usually that's going to be ballpoint. But you can always mix it up. And here, a lot of short range shooters means that they can't really fight against range without their specials. And you could really see that game, they were just struggling a little bit.
The tacticoolers seem to like make a massive difference because with that extra mobility and then those super fast respawns where everybody was jumping in right away, it like they were being dropped in the tower for almost every push. It was pretty wild.
Right? Speaking of which, by the way, we are at the end of round 2, so it looks like round 3 is going to be starting soon.
After the break.
Yeah! Welcome back to From the Ink Up Week 42. I'm Time, and this is Mark, and we're gonna be looking at round 3, baby.
Alright, so we have the, let's see. I think it's just, is it Echo versus Anemones, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Echo versus Anemones. I don't actually know these people at all, so I'm really excited to take a look and see what's going on with them. Let's take a look at the maps.
Alright, so we're going to be looking at Undertow, Crableg, and Umami. That's going to be a fun one to see Crableg come out.
I'm just saying, I think FTIU should add Mahi Mahi into their map lists. What do we think?
What?
Mahi Mahi. Okay, the Mahi Mahi revamp is actually crazy.
Oh, I haven't seen the revamp, though.
It's really good, actually. I think it's really good.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you were, like, I immediately pictured old Mahi Mahi, and I was looking for the most insulting soundboard, like, thing that we have.
What?
Like,
No!
I want problems, always!
Never mind, that was not what I thought it was.
Speaking of which, Undertow Rainmaker is actually a very interesting map. It's like Undertow in general is just a bottleneck. Quite literally, it's kind of like an hourglass shape, and it's really annoying to play in because the middle is like you have a lot of uninkable. Yeah, it's like it's really annoying to play on sometimes. And then on top of that,
you just blew my mind.
Yeah.
You just blew my mind. It is an hourglass. What?
No Tetris pieces. We're on hourglass now.
Hooray. I literally have always associated Undertow with Rainmaker. Like, I don't know why. But
Well,
it, like,
it's
when
a
I
Rainmaker
picture...
map.
Yeah, well, when I picture, like, Rainmaker, I picture it on Undertow. When I picture Undertow, I picture playing Rainmaker on it. As for Crableg, I think that'll be fun. Just because, I mean, the maps have really only gotten better over time, so...
Overtime. Okay. Anyway, so I think Undertow Rainmaker is it's like you're gonna always want to push left on the enemy team side. Like if you push right, you're going to get checkpoint really quickly, but at that point you lose all of your momentum. Like quite literally, it is like a Hail Mary kind of push that you do at the end of the game when all you need to do is break checkpoint.
Right. Or like when you've got like a ton of long-lasting specials out. We're seeing Octobrush, the Tri-Slasher, Heavy Deco, and we do see 2 buckets as well. Sloshing Machine and Tri-Slosher as well.
Double Zuka versus no Zuka.
Whoa, no Zuka. That's kind of
Yes.
like thinking about it. That's mind-blowing.
Right? Well, we are seeing coolers, so you know you can't survive in this meta without cooler. A lot of people say, oh, I was about to say something, but Rat actually getting a sick double as it looks like Anemones is going to start their early push on left side. This is crazy. Like literally getting that early checkpoint is huge. Now they can all set up on the left side. Ballpoint is actually taking an aggressive position, picks off the enemy heavy. 2 down on each side, but Rat has all the momentum here.
We are seeing Rat host a ton of jumps right now, having that tactical out and popping the inkjet, taking out that Heavy Deco as the Rainmaker pushes in super aggressively and goes up and scores immediately. That's the end of the game.
Fastest game ever streamed on From the Ink Up.
Oh my god, that was...
That was incredibly fast. I saw a member of Echo even drop off their plat as Anemones was in the middle of their push. Like, and obviously, like, they thought their team had it, and their team just could not stop. Anemones getting that quick, like, what, less than a minute long game.
Just replay is half the game.
Literally, this replay that's going on the screen right now is half the game.
The inkjet pops, takes out the Heavy Deco, immediately drops down. You see the Rainmaker pushing up from around that little corner as you see the quick defense and just slips through the defenses and boom.
I think a lot of this game was definitely Rat getting 2 early picks as Anemones Anemone's Rat getting a lot of early picks on Echo, as Echo did not realize that Rat was going to be heading for Snipe. And so with that early 3 down at the end of the day, they just get that early checkpoint, get that jet off, like, as the Rainmaker carrier was very smart, and instead of trying to challenge the heavy on the plat, they actually dropped left and pushed that checkpoint and ended up just taking it.
That was really well coordinated by Anemones. Because you can tell there was you had the jumps dropping on the ballpoint, and then the ballpoint managed to take out the heavy deco on top, and you had each teammate coming to the defense of the Rainmaker as it pushed up.
As you're pushing forward, especially on a map like this, like, it's so important to keep up your momentum, and keep it up they did, as, like, literally, like, it was so fast. Like, and how is Echo meant to, like, fight against that? Like, all they have to do, like, their only real choice is just try and get a pick off the Rainmaker, try to pre-fire, and how are you meant to pre-fire when they're all going to be swarming you? A very difficult game to win, but they can come back in the next one with Crableg Clamblitz.
Absolutely. I mean, Crableg Clamblitz is definitely like a super, like, I don't know how to describe it in all honesty. It's a fun one.
A fun one.
It's a fun one. It's quirky.
There's a fun little trick for Crableg Clamblitz is, you know how there's that ramp that goes all the way up to the basket?
Right.
If you stand, like, off the side of the ramp, like, at the ground underneath it, and you jump, at the peak of your jump, if you throw clams, it'll get in the basket. You don't actually need to push that ramp. Right.
That's definitely a sneaky little secret weapon to have. So the only question is, do Echo and Enemies know this?
Hopefully. I mean, if you look at the maps in Recon, you definitely do know at least a little bit. That being said, Echo is getting a few substitute players, so they're actually like, that's it. We have to change up our strategy.
Definitely. Honestly, I wonder if it's like a matter of playing to the next map and mode coming up, and just having a player that's better adapted to the playstyle, you know?
Right? Well, I don't see Enemies changing up their strategy at all, because Ballpoint is actually pretty strong on this map as well. Top left and top right are really the places to be. Like, you're going to be wanting to hold area up on top left, like, hold that little, like, I don't know the word for it, but the little, you know, top left. And then once you get your push going, you relocate to top right, and quite literally nobody can approach you. Like, unless they have like an Inkzuka or something, you are not getting out of there.
It's definitely a dangerous place to be. In that kind of situation, you just kind of pray that you have a Tacticooler and take the Inkzuka hit, or the Inkjet hit, or just the, in general, whole destruction.
Right? That being said, like, there is always a way to come back from it, right? Echo might be subbing in a player who's probably much better at popping their Zuka, popping their special, just like removing and relocating those backlines, because let's face it, Crableg is a very, like, there's so many walls and stuff to climb, which is awesome. A lot of verticality, but backline central, I feel like you're always going to be fighting people with more range, especially when you're a silly little V-shot.
It's gotta learn from Anakin Skywalker and don't let them have the high ground, because it gets dangerous. I would honestly get great joy from seeing a Zipcaster weapon come out for this round, maybe to challenge the backlines with the high ground, perhaps an Octobrush or a Splatana Stamper. We've seen Octobrush already, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see it again.
Right? I did see somebody make a point a while ago, a very short while ago, about like, oh, well, Zipcaster can kind of counter Zuka because it has the armor while you are zipping, and then also you could just literally zip right next to them while they're in the middle of NLAG and just bap, 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 they're dead.
Right? And now, I mean, like, and it had that, I guess, somewhat recent buff. I mean, it does, like, point is zipping on top of an active Zuka user is extremely destructive. And with
Right.
something like an Octobrush, you just have to get like the tiniest little picks, and it's kind of just lethal.
That's the thing. Octobrush is a very powerful weapon. Paintbrush is too, but Paintbrush doesn't really have the sub or special to really take advantage of it. Like, what are you gonna do with the neck? What are you gonna do with the Wavebreaker? Let's be honest.
Kill a dually player, but we have not seen one of those yet.
Right.
That's the
Well,
best I
you
can
do
say.
see them. You do see them from time to time, right? Like, as you get better in the game, you find people who are more and more specialized in the things that they enjoy doing.
Right. Right. And we've just seen a lot of general stuff this tournament.
That being said, it does look like the lobby is getting re-hosted as Echo is getting a sub out. So it'll be a little bit. What weapons do you main, Mark?
I'm dear God. I guess I play Splatana Stamper, so hooray to that. I'm biased for Zipcaster players, because I mean, how can you go wrong with Spider-Man with a sword?
That's true. Literally killing a man. I don't know.
Well, I guess that's where you go wrong. What about you? What weapons do you play?
I play T-Tech, actually.
That's neat, that's fun.
Big. Yeah. and you know, streamer plays Zap. Sorry, L.
Oh, well, no, I
no.
play support weapons, too.
Well,
Everybody has
are
to
you
have a
telling
Zap.
me you're one of those? You're a flex player? You know?
No. I would just say I mostly play support, but my guilty pleasure, not guilty, I just, like,
I don't know. I
my
think liking
personal
the
favorite
Splatana
is
Stamper
Stamper.
is a little guilty.
Okay,
Like...
well. Didn't
Well,
need to be said, but I appreciate your insight. Then yes, my guilty pleasure is Splatana Stamper, and other than that, I just play support.
right? For me, let's just say the meta has like Splash meta was really bad for me, because I am deathly allergic to the Splash-O-Matic, and if I touch it, I die. Actually, it's actually really messed up. So luckily for me, that meta has gotten out of fashion, and T-Tech, it's a little. Anyway, oh wow, the match is starting. Yippee!
Whoa, crazy, wild. There it is, Octobrush, and we do see Wiper, and we do see Heavy Deco. Hey, our first dualies as well.
And Tenterella. Ooh, this Tenterella and these dualies are going to be pairing together really well for this entire game. We also see Shredder on that ballpoint, which is going to be a little interesting.
I do think Anemones seems to be, like, going for a pretty, like, I don't know. It seems to be a little bit of a, like, quirky lineup combined with what works, but we do see Rat get chased down.
Looks like Okapo actually gets this early score, starting to take an off angle that they can pressure Echo on, Anemones on. Sadly gets picked off by the Tenterella. They don't quite get up on that little plat over there. Kraken does come out, but they just don't have any clams. That's the problem with Kraken. You can't throw clams in the middle of it, can you? That being said, Echo does get a really nice early lead of 65, which is great for this time in the game.
Right. We do see, one of Echo's players is holding on to a, power clam in the back as they go in with the hammer, pushing all the way up to the basket as there is a pick going out. We do see as, Echo manages to break the barrier again, going in for even more points this time. We'll see if...
Oh, 2 down on each side. It looks like 33 is actually a pretty safe score, I think, on Clams. Crab-like. Well, I think actually Clams in general is, well, you're never really truly safe. But I'd like to say that Anemone, their ballpoint has started taking places on top right. It looks like they have 18 Clams actually getting ready to score. Pops that power in as this ballpoint is just setting up house on top right. Popping those clams in when they can, backing off away from that brush. They don't quite make it away though, as 3 go down on the side of Anemones, and Echo regains their composure.
You really see Okapo looking for that opportunity to just run in, snag those clams, as we do see Tacticooler and Hammer come out together as Delta goes in for an aggressive push, manages to take out Marlo with the Ultra Stamp, trying to hold on and go deep into enemy base, just kind of holding on and trying to distract everybody, as you can see Echo gaining an advantage.
You can really see how this power of the skirmisher comes out with that play. Like, everybody had to turn around and look at Delta, and as you can see, this nets them another score and 5 ripe, delicious clams into this basket. 19 points left on the clock as we have Delta jumping in with some clams.
Delta manages to escape the 10 umbrella, but not quite everything else. As you see, Anemones is trying to get aggressive as they push back mostly what's left of Echo throwing out that tactical. You can see Rat's run speed really coming in use as they shimmy across.
3 down on the side of Echo. This is Anemone's time to push, and in comes 2 power clams, just ticking that timer down.
It really has been back and forth, and now Rat is just kind of being able to throw those clams in almost uncontested as Rat throws out that inkjet, taking out one of Echo's members as the Octobrush goes down. The basket does unfortunately close, but not until after another inkjet kill.
And it looks like 2 down on the side of Echo, and Rat is still up on top right. The enemy, like Echo, is going to have to fight to get this guy out. Here comes 2 power clams, basically a 7 and a full clam, just wiping out Echo as an enemy get another push in. Here comes those 7 clams into that basket. 6 of them make it in. Now it's time. They're below 10 at this rate. They only need 3 clams. Now the question is, who's gonna go grab those?
Anemones is really taking that lead now as they do unfortunately gain those 23 penalty points. But Echo is still in a scramble as Anemones is just holding on to that complete lockout as Marlowe has been able to take their sweet, sweet time going out and grabbing that power clam.
Echo is really just getting locked into their spawn, and it
Another
looks like they get
wipeout.
wiped again. That's right, they're only gonna need 4 clams to break this open. Now they only need 1 clam in, and Marlowe's gonna have to go grab it if anything, if he wants anything to happen here. And 3 go down on the side of Anemones. Looks like Echo still has a chance to bring this back. It is the last few seconds, but Anemones did get wiped out. Looks like Delta is actually pushing forward, taking the space he needs to, but not before getting picked off by Rat.
It does seem like it was a little bit of an overextension as Rat is trying to take out that last power clam that's really keeping them left in overtime, but Echo is getting aggressive. Unfortunately, it's not quite paying off as 3 are down on Anemones. Delta trying to go in with the power clam but doesn't quite make it in time, so Anemones can just push up for free with that tacticooler to kind of just hold them out for the rest of that overtime.
That was, oh my god, literally an insane game. Like, Delta, like, just rushing forward with nobody there to help him. Especially with the power, like, what you need to do in overtime especially is just build back slowly and just become strong, like, come back stronger, come back better with specials, wipe out the enemy team again. As you can see, like, this is not an unbeatable matchup for Echo. They can definitely try to bring it back in game 3, take a game off of Anemones, and I believe in them, honestly. It's just the combination of the super, super aggressive Wiper plus, like, the Tent Umbrella shield, plus having a ballpoint staring you down for almost the entire game from those angles that it wants to be sitting at is definitely a difficult chore to handle.
You can definitely tell that they started to pick up momentum. I mean, Echo really did have them on the ropes for that long while, managing to get down to 33 before an enemy scored anything, but as they started to pick it up a little bit, you saw Echo get pushed back further and further, Rat just sitting on those grades kind of uncontested.
You could really see Echo fighting for their life that game, and a lot of it is, like, just remembering where the key positions and off angles are on a map like Crab Leg. Like, not only does Ballpoint want to be sitting on top right, but closer to spawn you have that ink rail, and if you sit up there guarding that ink rail, that's a really good defensive position.
Right.
And a lot of times, like, you just saw, like, Echo, you know, leaving those positions in favor of other things.
Right. And, like, Delta was really, really aggressive, and unfortunately it just didn't quite pay off a lot of the time because they managed to they ended up going in alone without support, which just resulted in kind of all 4 players whirling around to focus in and already knock them down a player as we jump into game 2. Game 3, excuse me.
I think that an enemy is probably going to be fighting off Echo here, because they're going to be fighting a very difficult battle, because I think a map like Umami kind of favors more aggressive weapons, like especially when you're getting like an opening cooler like this.
Really, Umami's like lockout is so devastating, but we do see an enemy's gain a very easy early lead with 2 picks on Echo as Tacticooler comes out for Echo, but it just doesn't quite seem to be enough to counter an enemy's Tacticooler. Marlowe a little bit overextending, allowing an easy pick for a wipeout for Echo, allowing him to retake the zone.
Looks like, and they get those zones back lickety-split, super fast. Looks like this Zipcaster is ready. Looks like the hammer just got popped. They are getting ready, as you can see. Anemones is trying to build back their special slowly. The Jet comes out. They have the double Zuka ready. 2 down on the side of Echo, but they do have the Zipcaster ready and locked and loaded. There's only a 2-point difference between these teams as an enemy is escaping their lockout.
You really see the zones bopping back and forth right now, but Anemones manages to mostly clear out the entire team of Echo with those dangerous Trizukas. Rat assuming that position in the middle, able to just kind of easily keep them back.
Looks like an enemy's is like now starting to initiate their lockout. You can see like that little dome is actually painted completely in an enemy's color. Even if Echo pushes up to it, like they still don't have anybody to support them.
You do see an enemy is getting really aggressive with a double kill by Tari, not quite managing to grab that triple kill as they manage to hold on to their Trizuka as a result of that Tacticooler, which allows them to keep in the middle and just drop another one whenever they want.
Echo does have time to waste. They do have time to build back. 2 down on the side of an enemy's. They can strike. They can get these guys out of here. And looks like it's just the zap on the side of an enemy's as Echo is pushing up with Delta.
You do see Echo trying to hold on to their position as Delta throws in that Ultra Stamp, but doesn't quite manage to grab anything. Just seems to be somewhat of a stalemate. Echo actually trying to start tick down their points on the zone, but an enemy gets a pick. 2 picks as they push in with all of their specials.
3? Oh my god, here comes 3 picks on the side of an enemy's. Even though, like, they get back control, but there's still 2 minutes left and 60 seconds on that timer. So, I think Echo still has a chance to bring this back as long as they can get picks and move forward slowly, and 2 go down on the side of an enemy's.
It's definitely possible, but it's going to be a challenge, because they're going to need to take those zones back real quick before an enemy starts ticking down away from those penalty points, because the game doesn't last much longer after that. Okapo really trying to get aggressive and go for a pick, but doesn't quite manage to make it. Unfortunately, using the Zipcaster, meaning they don't have it now.
This is do or die in this scenario. Literally 10 seconds left as Drew actually gets 2 with the Zuka, and the rest of their team covers up as they get a wipeout and clean up Game 3 3-0.
Honestly, I would say that was pretty well played on both sides from all the rounds. It just seems like an enemy's was really good at having those aggressive pushes to just run in and immediately clean them out with all their specials.
Right? Especially with this opening pick on Umami, an enemy taking great advantage of all 3 of them just grouping into a single spot. And especially at the end when an Echo just had a do or die situation, they just ran in there and an enemy's was ready for them. They were ready to play the patient game and let them come to them. And really, that's what you want to be playing against those super aggressive comps, is wait for the enemy to come to you, pick them off one by one, and then go in when they're weak, right?
Right. It unfortunately is brutal because on Umami of all maps, you're not gonna see many other options because even the left drop down for them just puts them in a bad position. So they were kind of forced to funnel through and kind of get destroyed by those great Trizuka shots.
Not only that, but you could see an enemy's, like, Rat having insane jets, like, getting 2 down at one point, like, several times over and over and over again. You can see, like, them taking advantage of their range, taking advantage of their positioning, and really just pushing forward, getting those coolers out, getting those Zukas out, like everything fell perfectly into place for an enemies. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, like Echo had a really hard time just fighting off everything that was being thrown at them.
Right. It seemed like just a matter of similar teams, and you saw a lot of the similar weapons. I think that Delta really tried to get aggressive with the Splatana Wiper, but it just didn't seem to pay off most of the time, which usually just led to getting punished for trying to use the Ultra Stamp.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, it looks like we're going to be looking to round 4 of Swiss, because we in a few, because this was such a fast set. Honestly, we'll be probably taking a short break while we wait for the rest of these rounds to finish.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Oh, that's not what I thought just happened.
Hey, we agreed I would do that. Welcome back to week 42. Me and Mark are back on the mic, and we're watching Rebels for Reba and half fight it out.
Oh my god, that's funny. I can't. Okay.
We literally just had an entire rock, paper, scissors battle, and Mark lost.
I won. I won, so I thought that meant I won, so I thought that meant I was leading in.
No, you won, so you don't have to.
I am so foolish. Okay. Anyway, maps.
We're gonna be watching Falco versus half and half. Basically, it's gonna be awesome. Ship shape, tower control. I love ship shape. One of my favorites. I love ship shape. I love ship shape. Big fan. What do you think?
I mean, it's ship shape. Oh my. Okay, we're running in right already. Okay, we got tower control on ship shape. No, we got it. We got it. Let's do this. We do see our first Splash-O-Matic and a Gal. And then some of the usual suspects. We do see Neo Splash-O-Matic.
2 strikes on the side of Rebels for Reba. Looks like we're actually going to be seeing a lot of stealth jump on half and half, and not so much on Rebels for Rebas. Lots of, like, we're seeing cooler vac and double strike on the side of Rebels for Reba. Like, this could go really well or really poorly. Ouch, and looks like Falco fights this Nautilus, and this Nautilus could not take it anymore. As 3 goes down on the side of Rebels for Reba, literally taking this tower, pushing it forward. This Naut's already back on this field.
We do see the crab is ready and sitting on the tower, just prepared to pop. The crab does come out as Rebels is trying to regain momentum with that tactical, and they do throw Ink Vac to get that push in from behind. As you watch, half and half is starting to kind of back off a little bit. Oh, a double kill with the back shot!
Right, now that's a crazy back shot if I've seen any. It looks like I'm Mad is actually having a fight. Hey. Anyway, looks like strike's actually coming out for Rebels for Reba. They're getting a push back in as they still have another strike ready to go. 2 people on half and half are actually watching that checkpoint get shut down completely by this Ink Vac.
This Ink Vac is actually playing like really aggressively with it, and it's working. It seems to be working really well, using it for those pushes. But unfortunately, that crab is sitting there watching all of them, getting 2 picks on Rebels, allowing the rest of half and half to start to push up as we see them regain the tower, and we see a ton of bombs fly into the air.
Rebels for Reba does have that strike ready though, so if half and half wants to push, they're gonna get denied. And here comes the denial. Barely getting out of that. Ooh, and one of their teammates goes down, so it looks like Rebels for Reba is like, we're not out of this yet.
They certainly don't want to let them push, which is helpful with all of those tri-strikes. We do see 2 picks on half and half as Rebels start to get aggressive and push up. We do see the tacticooler on both sides, in fact, as we do see the splatter shot get a kill on the Gal, allowing them to push up further. Ink Vac and strikes ready.
Wipe out on the 4 Rebels of Reba. They're going to get to this next checkpoint. That was an insane vac shot. As looks like they're actually taking control of the enemy's plats. It's going to be pretty difficult to get them off tower. They broke this checkpoint, so basically, once they push it up next time, it's going to be free all the way home. Oh, but 3 go down on the sides of Rebels for Reba.
Rebels and half and half are both down 2 people, but Rebels loses another as they're finally able to kind of push that tower back and say, no, we're not quite done yet. We do see the Nautilus on half and half is still very aggressive, throwing in that Ink Storm to try and keep the pressure up on Rebels.
Right? That being said, half and half is not going to give up this tower very easily. Like, keeping this crab up, taking all the people who push forward for them.
You see the tactical open up.
Right?
Massive.
I have been notified that it's actually Rebels for Reba. So looks like Reba is actually going to be pushing back forward a little bit, trying to remove half and half from their top left. Looks like they're not going to be super successful though, as half and half is still putting up a terrifying fight.
Falco managing to get a kill, but unfortunately the trade comes out. Rebels for Reba trying to hold on, throwing out those ink strikes from the T-Tech and the Neo Splash-O-Matic, just in a desperate attempt to keep half and half away from pushing further.
Even though the score looks close, 10 points away from each other, it's still really hard to get past that next checkpoint. And honestly, if half and half doesn't get a plan, get some specials out soon, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to push forward.
Falco is seeming to want to project a lot of space with the suction bombs and the tactical strafing back and forth. One player down on each team as we kind of drop down to about 30 seconds left. Rebels trying to push up to maintain their advantage, but half and half isn't letting them.
Reba actually has 2 GG strikes on the ready. Like, quite literally, I don't think that they're going to let half and half get to a point where they could even potentially lose this. All they need to do is play safe.
It really is going to come down to whether or not they can use those strikes to help them out, but half and half has gotten really aggressive, pushing up further, allowing the tower to push up, as we do tick down to the end of the time, but overtime is now going to kick in.
They kill the strikes user. There's no GG strikes. That means half and half has a fighting chance to get this tower. And on the tower, they have the crab. They have everybody on Reba fighting for it, but they get the lead. That is insane. At least I think they got the lead. It was so close, I couldn't even tell.
No, they kind of got stuck at about 25, unfortunately, because that checkpoint time was still there.
I couldn't tell. There was so much ink flying everywhere. You have to understand.
I can assure you I do. That the ink strikes were everywhere on that one. That seemed to be kind of a really smart defensive tool for Rebels to have on their side throughout the whole game.
Right? That's the thing, right? Like, they got these people off the tower, and then it looks like they actually had someone sneak over and just jump on the tower. That is a crazy play. Honestly, I think that one of the reasons, like, why I thought Reba had lost is because their strikes user just went down. Instead of jumping back, they decided to fight for that tower, and at the end, it almost cost them that game. Luckily, though, they're able to come back and get a crazy down to the buzzer game 1 win.
And with that win by Rebels for Reba, we are going to move on to Humpback Pump Track. So that's going to be a fun one, fighting all those different beautiful slants that everybody just loves to have to shoot around and over. It's definitely like a pop-up and you could get destroyed kind of map.
I think Humpback is all about playing on the elbow of the map, which is basically the area where that pedestal is. If you're gonna have people running up, dunking it on the pedestal, like, once you play that, you're gonna have to try and get past that, and that's the hardest part, because literally you have to cross right in front of the enemy team spawn, and Lord knows the enemy team is not gonna let you go that left route.
They are seeing half and half go in with I'm pretty sure which is the exact same comp as round 1, but we do see Rebels for Reba pick up the Tri-Slosher for this one, once again bringing back Newton's greatest discovery as the Tri-Slosher goes down again.
Indeed, indeed. It looks like they're actually pushing for that first checkpoint. Gets picked off, though, as 2 go down on the side of Reba. 3 go down on the side of Reba.
We are seeing the Rainmaker start to push in with H holding onto it, trying to hold past some cover as they do go for the checkpoint, but the Trizuka manages to pressure that Rainmaker to a corner where the Tri-Slosher takes them out, kind of destroying that half and half's push there, unless Halo comes back, if they can.
It looks like they are trying to go left side. However, sadly for them, this Tri-Slosher has eyes on them coming down from that jet. Rebels for Reba needs to take control of this mid, as the Rainmaker is going to reset. How are they going to be able to take control of this area when this 52 is literally on the left side, picking off some of their members one by one?
We do see the Tri-Strikes come out from 6, but they don't seem to get any picks, not quite as easy to control as they were on Crab Leg. Ship Shade, pardon me. But we do see the Tacticooler come up for those nice and fast respawns. Rebels taking the first pick of this fight.
Right, 2 goes down on the side of Reba though, so it looks like they're going to have a difficult time. They get that Rainmaker though, Tri-Slosher once again telling us that you are a very awesome weapon. Looks like each side is 1 down, but half and half still has the lead. Reba is just trying to wait for their opportunity, throwing out the cooler, coming out here comes the strikes. It looks like that they're going to be trying to push, but one of them goes down.
We are seeing the Rainmaker dip dangerously close to that checkpoint. They managed to go up and land on top. Half and half taking the first checkpoint. Unfortunately, Rebels was just too far into mid and not really watching that elbow like you mentioned before.
This is huge for Reba as the last member of Half and Half actually jumps out, giving them basically what is a free checkpoint and an easy pop and go, unless they don't go. And it looks like it's just the Tri-Slosher up for Reba, trying to hold this mid, getting a Shark off, getting 1. Looks like they're trying to swing around for this Rainmaker. They're fighting the 2v1 of their life, barely going down.
H is trying to really keep up that pressure with the Rainmaker, dodging those Trizuka shots like crazy with the squid rolls. Unfortunately, they are going to be able to push up, which is difficult for Rebels, as they just seem to approach for free. The Burst Bomb covering the pedestal, which just brings the game in for Half and Half.
One of the members of Reba actually got stuck in mid and tried to fight their way back, and it looks like that was probably curtains for Reba as soon as Half and Half started pushing. Like, quite literally, there was nobody there watching.
Unfortunately, that's what can happen with Humpback of all maps, is you can get stuck in one spot, and then if something else happens on the other side of the map, what are you going to do? You have to find one of the openings to run all the way around and hope that somebody's not watching you already. You can see in the replay as they just able to run up for free. Somebody throws the Burst Bomb for them to cover that pedestal, and then boom.
Right? That's literally just Rainmaker moment, right? Like, if you lose focus for one moment, if you get wiped out for just a little bit, they take checkpoint, they knock it out. Like, it's always been like this, and that's why there's checkpoints in Rainmaker now. But even so, that's a very, very fast-paced game mode for a very, very fast-paced game.
Right. And it's so volatile, because, I mean, like you said, you just, like, oh, look, a butterfly, and all of a sudden, oh, wait, never mind, they've already won the game. It's kind of scary, but now we're gonna move on to Inkblot Clams, which is another different map in and of itself.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I've never been a fan of Inkblot. Like, I said this earlier, I didn't like Inkblot Tower Control very much. Specifically for this map, Bats is important for retaking, and if you can get on Bats, which is very, very difficult on this mode, you'll probably be able to just hold that basket open for quite a while, especially, like, sneakily getting into there. But I found more often than not, I just immediately get shut down, and then I have to fight through mid, and then I have to fight up the ramp, and it's so tiring.
It can definitely get, like, very back and forth, because if nobody's watching you approach through mid, it takes you, like, 3 seconds flat to go from your plat to their plat, and it can be like a very massive swing in momentum.
I think another thing is also just, at what point are they not going to be watching their ramp? At what point are they not going to be watching mid? Like, it's very difficult to balance where you're going to be keeping your attention and where you want to be pushing forward.
We do see the pivot. We do see a Splooshomatic come out, which is, I'll tell you what, not what I was expecting for this, but we are, it might be because of that really aggressive kit with the Curling Bomb and Ultra Stamp, hopefully giving them a lot of momentum for this one.
Right, as we can see already, the machine is pressuring Half and Half on the left side, denying them access to mid, getting a pick and chipping the second one. 2 are down on the side of Half and Half, and really, they just need to retreat. Rebels of Reba is not letting up as they almost get that score in.
Half and Half really came in for that save there. That Tacticooler made all the difference with those increased respawn times, allowing them to just kind of run in and take it. But Rebels for Reba is just not wanting to give up that power clam without throwing it in, so they're getting really aggressive, trying to push it in, and they managed to break open the basket.
I can tell that Rebels of Reba really likes this map mode. They really like this map mode. Immediately just taking advantage of, oh hey, there's nobody watching mid. Oh hey, they're a little slow to drop. Oh hey, your basket's open, buddy. Oh hey, look at this Tri-Strike. Look at this Zuka. Look at this clam. And all of a sudden, they're 2 down.
Needless to say, it's definitely a matter of staying alert and staying aware of all the both sides that could be attacking right now. You just see the Crab trying to pressure anybody who's trying to approach in, so Half and Half can actually start to regain some of their momentum and start pressuring them. We see the NZAP holding onto a power clam, but really can't approach yet.
We do also see Half and Half is a player down with 2 powers, a whopping 20 clams, as looks like Scar is just gonna get in there for free, uncontested. Here comes another clam, but they also get a wipeout. That's easy lead for Half and Half.
Now we see, obviously, Half and Half kind of going into their frenzy, trying to grab and throw in as many clams as they take the lead over Rebels for Reva, sorry. And
they also have a cooler out, which is going to help them even if they die on that push, and which basically all of them did, but they're already back on their fly, and this is why cooler meta is just so strong right now.
It really allows you to go in for that kind of all-or-nothing play and still be ready for the enemy team if you end up just completely losing. We do see the Sloshing Machine holding on to that Booyah Bomb. Are they going to pop it soon as they get one pick on Half and Half, who are now starting to be a little bit further back, but there does seem to be somebody on the flank. The Booyah Bomb comes out.
Ooh, and it gets shredded. Unfortunate. That is the end of Rebels for Reba's perspective push, as Half and Half is going to take control of mid, get a pick with the Crab, just like trying to make sure that, ooh, Rebels of Reba can't do anything, and here comes the Zuka just shredding that Crab, showing why Zuka meta, overpowered Crab meta for a single reason.
Massive object damage.
Exactly.
And we do see that Rebels for Reba is trying to actually take control of a lot of that land, while Half and Half just seems to be kind of on the defensive, which isn't really going to work out for them, but we do see them kind of pushing around and getting into mid, trying to fight back, but Rebels still has 2 different specials to use, now 3.
Looks like one of those specials is coming out, which is the Zuka. Actually, almost gets a pick on this knot, pressuring them out of left side. It looks like they're desperately fighting for mid, desperately trying to get that push up, and here comes the Sploosh with the hammer and the clam in the basket. They're only gonna need a few clams. Here it comes, 2 more clams, 1 more clam until the game is over. They are fighting 2 down on the side of Half and Half. They're quite literally just waiting for one of their teammates to do something, and looks like they all went down. That is a wipeout on Rebels of Reba. Half and Half has less than a minute to take back this game.
That was definitely a dangerous push, but they managed to get out all their specials. Now, Half and Half has not long to act to make up for what just happened. Well, you do see Scar trying to hold on to 2 different power clams and keep them in circulation in order to pull off a push big enough to still save this game for them. But you do see Rebels managing to fight back and get the momentum again. If they have enough clams, they can end it right now.
They have 1 power clam. They're gonna need, what, 18 points to score after this power to get this score, to win this game. 15 seconds on the clock. Really, all they need to do is just pop that clam in and make sure that they have enough clams, or at the very least, hold clams until the end of the game. They only need 3 more, and here they come! Falco delivering them with the other shot. That is game 3 for Rebels of Reba.
Honestly, that was kind of a really, like, interesting, like, new thing to see, because I did not expect something like Sploosh-O-Matic to come in and kind of just wreak havoc, especially in those last 2 pushes for Rebels. Those Ultra Stamps were just so powerful. You can see it now in the replay, getting 2 kills and just kind of cornering them again, clearing out space for clam throwing.
Yeah, I was kind of mixed on the sploosh pick. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it really paid off as that sploosh literally was single-handedly holding down their like half and half splat for the latter half of that game. Like literally, even though Rebels of Reba got wiped out, there was nothing they could do against the power of the sploosh.
Honestly, I would say that was pretty well played from both teams. I do think that that was probably the closest set that we've had so far. Like between the two teams, where it could have gone either way for most of those matches. But
it was wonderful to watch, especially that Inkblight game. You could tell Rebels of Reba really liked that map with an insane opening and then half and half just coming back in the middle, and then Rebels of Reba saying, no, this is my favorite map and I get to win on it.
Definitely like another, like, where you could tell that the specials were really dangerous and controlled at all. But it just happened that those pushes could hold them back for longer, so that was a beautiful final play all three for this season.
Right? Like, especially like the Swiss groups means that we get to watch 4 rounds of Swiss in groups instead of 3, which is actually a joy because we would have not been able to see these teams in gold bracket because, as you can see, I think they're both 2-2 now, so it looks like they might meet each other again in silver. Speaking of brackets, by the way, looks like that's the end of our Swiss groups and the end of our commentating. I was Time. You can find me on Twitter at Fresh Squiffer, and this is Mark.
Hi, yeah, thanks. You can't find me on Twitter because I don't want Twitter. But, I don't know. I think on behalf of both of us, thank you so much for having us. And it was a joy to be able to watch and show this set to you.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you for watching from the Ink Up 42's groups. Don't turn off the stream though, because brackets will be up very soon, and we're going to be watching a very stacked gold bracket this time around.
Εντάξει, νομίζω είμαστε ok.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to FTIU. We're here in our gold bracket now. My name is Toma, and I've got Sofa King here with me tonight. How are you doing?
I am feeling wonderful, as many of us might be with the launch of Super Mario Bros. Wonder today. But this isn't about that. This is about gold bracket of From the Ink Up Week 42. We are down to our final 8 teams, and we have a great matchup to start us off today, Toma. Let's take a look at these two teams. We've got Eternal Eclipse versus Shrimp Fried Rice. What can you tell us about these two?
These are two great teams that have, fought their way long and hard to get here tonight. And, they've been putting on quite the performance. They're teams that we've seen around, especially Shrimp Fried Rice is one that I've seen around quite a lot from here. Saw them on Ludi tonight as well, just trying to make a name for themselves. And I'm excited to see, how it's going to play out, who's going to be going on a little bit of a shorter bracket run tonight. Only 8 teams going on into our gold bracket. So every battle, of course, matters even more than before, Sofa King. And they're going to be starting off that battle here on Hagglefish Market Zones. Tell me a little bit about this stage. What do you like? What do you want to see from these teams coming out?
So this one is interesting, right? Because you've got two powerful flanks on either side. Anybody who's trying to draw enemy eyes away from those zones and into those streets, it makes for some tricky maneuvering sometimes. So both of these teams are going to have to keep an eye out on either side. And the nice matching splash tags for the side of Eternal Eclipse there. But we're going to roll out. Let's see what these comps are looking like. Pretty typical for Shrimp Fried Rice, and for Eternal Eclipse. Ooh, a Kraken on zones?
I'm interested to see how that's going to work out. I do think that 96 Deco is a weapon that is maybe a little bit underappreciated, but on zones, it's a little bit of a tough sell because, you could pop that Kraken and you just lose a main weapon that gets to ink the zone. It's got a great potential to push people out, but not as much to keep control. And that's going to be really important, especially in haggle zones right now, as Shrimp Fried Rice is taking control of the zone. Eternal Eclipse looking to try to get those Zuka picks, and they are able to neutralize this zone, get 2 down, make that 3 down on to Shrimp Fried Rice. And now this is the last player forced to back up off that ramp, not wanting to, stagger themselves into taking back that zone. But you've already got an Inkjet out here just creating a lot of pressure, preventing Fried Rice from being able to get immediately back in here, and coolered back up too means that they go down, they're going to be back fast. You can see that they're using this Kraken to zone out Shrimp Fried Rice. They're gonna not let them come back in fighting a pick there. That's the kind of plays you do want to see the Kraken make. You don't want to see it pop to retake zone. You want to see it pop when you're in advantage, just like that.
100%, and you see the 96 taking up a good position there, but this Inkjet Eris coming in to do work, and it looks as though this zone may flip back into the favor of Shrimp Fried Rice. And they're doing the best they can to try and shred these walls, but as we've seen already, you do not want to let that 96 get into an advantageous position.
Yeah, you definitely don't. It's a really strong weapon. Got that Kraken, got the wall to kind of just prevent you from moving forward. Of course, always a two-shot shooter is going to be, you know, a scary thing, so thinking, because it's going to take you out if you're just not paying attention to where it is. And right now, Eternaclip's going to be hoping to use some of that pressure to try to break out here into the zone. They are able to find the recap. They've got the cooler up as well. The Kraken there on the back end does go down when it ends, not able to find anybody. And now this Stamp here in the zone is going to be rushing down Eternal Eclipse, but not quite able to find somebody, but does take the zone back now. And you can see that they're kind of eating through this penalty. They've got specials online, they got the Zuka, they're going to be looking out for that 96 Scout Deco, taking them out as well, though they do get traded. They're going to be able to now eat through the rest of that penalty, and they're just trying to keep up that forward momentum. They don't want to give up space, they don't want to let people back into this zone, but the Zuka may be changing the tides there for Eternal Eclipse, gonna find their way back into this zone and be able to protect their lead for now.
They do go 2 down, but I think the key of what we're seeing on both sides is some great special value. You're seeing the Inkjets get crazy value, the Zukas getting wild picks, the Hammers coming out for insane value, and that's been the key here so far. What do you think Eternal Eclipse has to do to keep a hold on this lead?
They definitely just need to kind of respect the aggression that Shrimp Fried Rice has here. You see that Stamp coming in as well, getting picks. You have to make sure you're not just kind of playing too desperately. You don't want to rush right into their faces because they are going to punish that. You want to wait, you want to build up those specials, wait for the right moment to get back in. If the lead changes over, it's fine. You still have time to get back in here. And the double, though, is going to be a little bit concerning for them there at the moment, especially now with Shrimp Fried Rice coolered up. So if they go down, they're going to be back fast on this. And they do see the lead change, like I said, may happen. It's going to be important for Eternal Eclipse, and they need to get the solid picks here, and they don't want to feed in, or else it could be game over at the moment. They're going to be going in with the Kraken, but like I've said before, Kraken on the zone doesn't give you the paint that you need. It's great for those situations where you're in vantage, but it's going to do nothing in those last moments, like, you know, a Tri-Strike or a Zuko would, to potentially be able to cap that zone. Unfortunate moment there for them, not able to find the recap, but Shrimp Fried Rice taking an excellent game one.
Yeah, we love to see that kind of performance, and we especially love to see a back-and-forth game like that as we head into this gold bracket. It's what we expect from both these teams to have gotten this far, to be able to have the capability to make some plays, but I agree with you completely. The 96 lives or dies on its positioning here, and once the rest of their team wasn't quite able to allow them to get into those good positions, you saw it not providing a whole lot of impact there. So I think as we switch over to Mako Mart on tower control, special value is still going to continue to be important, but it's going to switch to stuff like Tri-Strike, stuff like Booyah Bomb, things that can stop that tower in its tracks. What kind of weapon swaps do you think we might see from these two heading into, let's remind you, it's best of 3, so Eternal Eclipse, their backs are against the wall.
Absolutely, you know, and of course it's always hard to predict what players are going to come out. We see wild, wacky, you know, weapon pools from these players, but as far as, you know, standard weapon picks go on a map like this, for those cooler options, you know, Zap is always popular, but you tend to see more Tri-Nouveau coming out on Mako Mart. Buckets, Splatanas, rollers, anything that can really look at those ledges and provide a lot of pressure over them is going to be really, really important to teams' options at taking those stacks, which are going to be very, very vital in setting up your pushes, and being able to retake them is going to be important in the defenses as well. So I love to see Tri-Nouveau. I love to see even V-Tri. It's got those great GG strikes that you can use on the tower. It's a really good option that I see played out in Mako Mart a lot.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if we see any of that. V-Slosh has been an increasingly more and more popular pick. It does appear that Eternal Eclipse will be subbing out a player, so they may have a matchup that they might want to exploit here on Mako Mart. So I'm interested to see, you know, the most key area for this map, I would say, is that plat area. When you're coming up along the plat, stacked with enemies, you got to clear that checkpoint and try and make your way down into the street with that tower. What do you think is the most effective, surefire thing that these teams need to focus on to make sure that can happen in this game?
The big thing there, like I said before, is camping those ledges. If you can prevent the, you know, enemy team from getting onto that ledge and mounting up a defense against your checkpoint run, that's going to be really big. And that's where, like I said, those, you know, wipers, the rollers, the tri-slosher, V-slosh come into handy. AoE weapons on this map provide a lot of ability to kind of space out and move your opponents around. And for a map like Mako Mart, where you have just that kind of pretty small area to defend that first checkpoint from, that's always a big key to being able to move it. As well, if you don't have those weapons, things you're going to be wanting to look out for. You want to look out for, if you're the team defending, look out for your left-hand side. If a player makes a long flank into your base and comes up behind you while you're too focused on the checkpoint, that can be a huge play. We like to see that a lot of times, you know, from your more skirmishy weapons that aren't as great at camping those ledges. So you're looking at, you know, your dapples, your any sort of dualies, tetras that may come in. You may have a reef slider come from behind. You've got to pay attention to those things. They're going to do anything that they can do to draw your attention away from pressuring that checkpoint.
100%. You've got to keep an eye on those sides. Kind of similar to what we saw in Hagglefish, right? As teams are going to be using both those side streets to their fullest capability. And same here, you know, people are going to try and slip in that little alley to the left of your stack. People are going to just try and be going anywhere where the ink is being laid down. So I'm curious to see what these teams are going to bring out for us here. But speaking of shrimp fried rice, I think what I liked most out of them was the inkjet usage. We saw it towards the end there. We saw the inkjet always getting popped in neutral, and then by the time that inkjet was back down, it was just a solid advantage for their team every time. So I kind of hope that's going to make a return here for game 2.
I don't foresee that changing here. You know, ballpoint has been a backline option that has been very strong in the recent meta and back, you know, basically the past, you know, 3 months at least. It's got just excellent ability to be able to zone out areas. It's got those fizzy bombs that have a really good chipping utility. It's got a very strong main weapon that has a lot of range in its long range mode, and it can deal well with ambushes at short range with that short range painting mode that also helps it paint out for its special inkjet, which of course is still, you know, just one of the better specials right now in the game, especially if you pair it up with that cooler. So if it goes down mid-air, it's back really fast. It provides a lot of pressure. It takes down, of course, Crab as well. There's just a lot of usage. We do see a tri-slotcher coming out on both sides, both those end tries for the coolers for both teams. I'm excited to see the blaster from Eternal Eclipse as well. That's going to be another weapon. There's actually a blaster on both sides. Sorry for not seeing that right now, but that's going to be another really good weapon. Like I said, AoE, absolutely good at this, but right now, Eternal Eclipse going early 3 down, just this Crab left online. And Shrimp Fried Rice is going to be moving pretty quickly over here to try to take it out and start making a break at this first checkpoint.
Yeah, that Crab got a little shtook, but it made a trade out of it, getting something out of nothing there, as both teams are even, but the early ink and tower advantage going to Shrimp Fried Rice here, as Neko's going to try and get this Zuka online and see what they can find. Ooh, here's that inkjet that we were talking about last time, getting a nice pick on the Zuka, and the push will continue for Shrimp Fried Rice.
Yeah, that blaster, you know, in there at the right position. Of course, it didn't quite see that tri-slosher out on the side who was able to take them out pretty nice, but that is the kind of position you want to see it in. Just underneath that ledge, poking up, not letting you stand there, and that's the kind of aggression we need to see here on Mako Mart. Now, Shrimp Fried Rice's blaster doing a great job at protecting that tower. Is Zuka coming out, getting the other Zuka as well, and now you see them just kind of converging on that blaster, one up on each side as everybody is on the respawn. This ballpoint here staying alive against that fight, but a lot of ink coming down on it. It's trying to run away. It's got a splash. It's got a shot on it, and now you've got Eternal Eclipse here on this first checkpoint, finding the break. Need just 1 more point there, 2 more points to be able to take the lead. Just gonna wait it out, gonna wait for the right moment to hop back there on the tower, and they're able to take the lead here. But of course, Shrimp Fried Rice gonna be already ready to move in, saying, hey, you know, you got that lead, that's fine. There's still 3 minutes left in this game. We're just gonna try to flush you out here, and they certainly are doing that, forcing the tri-slosher to jump out, and now they can get a lot of paint down here in mid as they're advancing this tower. Again, they just need to get set back up to be able to ascend here at this first checkpoint. Gotta keep an eye out though, right there behind the tower. They are able to, oh, maybe not. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. It looked like they were going to flip the lead there for just a second, but looks like they chose to back off instead to regroup to look at this fight again, and they definitely need to, especially with this shot here on the side. Now going 2 down and forcing a jump out, this is a much better situation for them to continue this push.
100%. And you're seeing both of these blasters really get some very nice value peeking up over these ledges, similar to how we were talking about the Tri-Slosh would provide, and it is as well, but you see them ride it all the way through into the 30s. This is the kind of push that can potentially win you some games here. Love to see it from Shrimp Fried Rice as both teams are kind of getting bloody here, going 2 down. A lot of action up on that tower over there, my goodness, but it looks as though Eternal Eclipse is able to stop that push at 17. Do you think they can, is that enough for Shrimp Fried Rice? Do you feel comfy there?
Yeah, you know, it's a big question there too, because it's tower control. And as we both know, tower control is a pretty snowbally mode, especially thanks to that tower giving special charge to the team who's already in control of objective. So on a map like Mako Mart, generally a push 217 is pretty safe, but you can never count a team out, and especially when you have teams that have been, you know, we saw last game how back and forth the battle was. You never want to give, you know, too much, you know, flack to your opponents. You don't want to think, oh, well, we made it to 17. There's no way that they're going to make it there, because they will punish you for thinking like that. And you can see that Zuka out here, a nice pick there. They've got 3 down onto Shrimp Fried Rice. They're definitely not out of this game here yet, Sofa King. They just need to keep up that offense into the base. They found another pick onto the Tri-Slosher. Their own Tri-Slosher set up here in a beautiful position. 2 down on to Shrimp Fried Rice. Make that 3. This could be that potential comeback that I'm talking about, Sofa. Here we go, right around that corner. There is the lead change. Like I said, you can never count them out. They're able to break that 3rd checkpoint, and they are going to ride that all the way to 2. Seeing here they can desperately hold on to that, but not quite able to. Going to be forced to back up. What a wonderful push there from Eternal Eclipse.
I loved seeing it, and I love this comp with the range blaster set up as kind of the anchor of the team. It allows you saw when they're riding the tower through those 40s and 30s, the team was taking fights like in the enemy base, so the tower was uncontested for such a long time. But now we're only 20 seconds left. You've got Shrimp Fried Rice desperately trying to make a turnaround. They've got to practically knock it out in order to steal the win here.
Yeah, they do. Got to be quite a tall order, especially if you can get some specials online from the side of Eternal Eclipse. They've got that Zuka. Find a nice pick with it. 2 seconds remaining here. They're going to just try to bomb out this tower. You're going to see the suction bombs going wild on there. 3 go down on Shrimp Fried Rice, and that is going to be Eternal Eclipse taking the game. They're going to take this to game 3.
Oh, we love that. We honestly, hey, the fewer sweeps, the better, because that means, you know, more excitement for the viewers, more excitement for us, more tournament for everybody to be able to watch. So we are thrilled about that. And if we're talking about stakes for these two teams, right, heading into game 3, in the most recent From the Ink Ups and From the Ink Up 41, right, Shrimp Fried Rice was knocked out in the first round of Gold Bracket, and From the Ink Up 40, Eternal Eclipse was knocked out in the first round of Gold Bracket. So both these teams are trying to take that next step. They're trying to say, okay, we've been to Gold Bracket, now we got to prove that we belong here. What do these teams need to do on Rainmaker Museum to prove that they belong?
Rainmaker Museum. This is one of those maps where I'm really interested where to see this is going to come from the backlines. This is a very long, open middle sightline map. It's one where you know we haven't seen a charger from either side come out, so I don't think a leader is going to magically appear. But it's one of those games or one of those maps where you do see those type of super long range focus weapons. So I'm really looking here at their anchor players. I'm looking at that ballpoint. It's going to be crucial there that they're going to be able to hold this middle ground to be able to kind of stop and stall out pushes coming from the enemy team. It's going to be important that they stay up, stay alive, and keep as much pressure and give up as little space as possible, because this could also be one of those ones, if you wipe and you let them get that first checkpoint dunk, they can push forward really fast, really far up into your base, and it can be a really high scoring match all of a sudden very quickly.
Yeah, lots of places to hide up here once you break that first checkpoint. Lots of little nooks and crannies where, it's tough to clear that out, and you can never be sure that somebody isn't hiding unless you are completely getting that wipeout going. So I'm curious to see how sneaky these two teams can be. We haven't seen a whole lot of bold flanks from either side. That might be something we may see a little more of in Rainmaker, but otherwise I'm with you. I don't see a magic charger appearing out of a hat anytime soon. I think we're going to continue to see those two powerful ball points that we've seen. Do we see the Tri-Sloshers come back or the Blasters? I don't know about either of those necessarily.
I don't know either. I think that here you would prefer to have a more consistent tacticooler option. I think that NZAP is just better played here. It puts out more paint, it puts out more coolers, it has that suction bomb to be able to help with the pop. And I think overall it's just the better cooler weapon to bring out here. As far as the Blasters go, Blasters generally not brought out to Rainmaker too much. Again, they aren't really great at pop, but they can work under these ledges pretty well. I have seen players use Blasters here before on Rainmaker and find a lot of success with it, especially if you can use them to kind of chip away at that Rainmaker carrier and get some nice picks with it, but it's not typically the standard that you would expect to see out of teams.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. There's some good angles for it, but it's tough, especially on a mode such as this where you want to go fast, and I think that we are going to see that with the NZAP. That's going to be a change that I think we can both agree on makes sense for especially the expanded, more wide open field of Museum that you would want a shooter as opposed to a Tri-Slosh. And we do see the NZAP coming out from Shrimp Fried Rice, and wow, look at that. Oh, but the Blaster maintained on Eternal Eclipse.
I'm interested to see how that one's going to work out for them. I think that, they definitely do have the paint to be able to support it. That's always a concern to think about when you have a Blaster, but between that Splash and Zap, they are going to have a lot of control, and of course BP paints a lot as well and can hold space, but the Blaster is going to be going down early on the side of Eternal Eclipse, as now this cooler coming out from Shrimp Fried Rice is going to give them the early advantage here, going to be poking away at that Grab Tank, but the Grab Tank does find one, does find the Jet as well. Eternal Eclipse is now going to be moving here onto that Rainmaker and finding two more players in addition. You've got Mura here set up, trying to go in, but gets picked out. But Eternal Eclipse is almost going to be able to find that dunk. Being able to stop that, they're going to be pretty crucial on the side of Shrimp Fried Rice, as now Eternal Eclipse is going to have to drop and pick it back up before they can, be able to score even further. Going to be a huge defense win for them there, but now they have a long, big path to carve out here, and they've got to be careful. That Blaster is on top. They've thrown that Wave Breaker, which of course is going to chip away at members of Shrimp Fried Rice trying to get in, and it looks like now they're just struggling to find the space to move in, and that Blaster is doing just a great job at poking underneath these ledges. This is what I was talking about. It's not a conventional pick, but it can work very well if you have the right options to be able to support it. And Eternal Eclipse is going to be able to find the first checkpoint, break off that. Just leaving the ball point left on line 2 means that they're going to be able to push this even further potentially, but no, the ball point there doing something, finding more picks, going to force Eternal Eclipse back here. They get the break, but they aren't able to push it any further. Shrimp Fried Rice now going to have their second opportunity to make an offense here.
So they don't have the checkpoint yet, but 58 is not enough for a win, and you know that Eternal Eclipse knows that, but you've got to be happy so far with the positions that Blaster is taking. They do go down, 2 down for Eternal Eclipse. Shrimp Fried Rice is going to grab it here. It looks like they may be trying to grab the check if they can clear the ball point out. No, they do get the check, but my goodness, it looks like with 3 on each side, they don't quite have the advantage yet to push it any further.
No, especially not with that pop coming out from Eternal Eclipse. Now they're going to have to wait again for the right moment to be able to break back in here. The ball point looking to try to fight with that Blaster, but realizes that they need to back up there and stay alive, and that's huge. These ball point, these anchor players really need to know their objectives and stay alive to provide jumps in and to provide space for their teams. The ball point doing that absolutely great here. They've got this inkjet ready potentially to start a fight with the, mid here. They're able to find a pick onto the Blaster. Now Shrimp Fried Rice is in a much better position to be able to go forward here. The ball point here charging up some fizzies, looking here on the side, trying to make sure that no one drops down there cheekily and is able to pick up that Rainmaker. but Eternal Eclipse just not wanting to give up this space yet. It looks like Shrimp Fried Rice gonna opt for the reset. A good call there. The Rainmaker was in a little bit of an awkward place for them and is gonna be able to pick it up after this jet here coming out, gonna maybe provide the way for them. They do find the lead and are able to get some more picks off in here. The Rainmaker pushing down to 35. Of course, still not a safe push on this map, but a lead change is going to be very important here with a minute and a half left in this game. It's definitely going to put a little bit of confidence in their sails.
Oh yes, and you love to see that kind of patience from Shrimp Fried Rice. They didn't just want the lead, they wanted the lead and change. The patience to wait for the Zuka pick, to wait for the Inkjet, and to really gouge them all the way to 35. Like you said, I wouldn't feel comfy with this either on such a swingy map as Museum.
Yep, and especially, you know, now that you've got members here from Shrimp Fried Rice, you've got to be careful. The pop going in their favor, but the hammer does go down. They're trying to fight it out there to see if they can pick it up. They do find the pick on the blaster. 2 down now, though, on the side of Shrimp Fried Rice, but one coming in from behind, getting a great pick as well. You got to keep an eye on this shot. They've got the Zuka out, trying to look to see if they can find Rain. This is not what you want to happen if you're Eternal Eclipse. You need to get the members of Shrimp Fried Rice under control, because one rogue special can end your run. They're going to be fighting out here in mid, the ballpoint trying to just find some space along with this crab take, pressuring back members of Shrimp Fried Rice, but this Inkjet out. Oh, huge pick from the grab tank here. This could be key for them, especially with just that zap up, but the zap is going to pressure that Rainmaker. They are going to drop it. This is going to be Eternal Eclipse's last chance really here to be able to make it all come together.
Yeah, this is just outstanding play that you're seeing from Mura on that crab. A pick as the rain is pincered, and my goodness, that is the game. That is the set for Shrimp Fried Rice.
Wow, what an incredible, incredible play there. And you talked about it a little bit before. Shrimp Fried Rice's patience was absolutely brilliant there. They played it out well, waited for the right moment to move forward, and you know, even in the last game, in that Mako game, they did it as well. There was a moment where they backed off the tower, and I was like, oh, they could have flipped lead there, and they waited and just got it even further, and I was like, oh, yeah, they knew something I didn't. Here, you kind of see Eternal Eclipse's last chance at trying to make it. They do find a pick with the Rainmaker, but you saw Shrimp Fried Rice moving in from both sides of that spinner, saying, you know, no sweat, we're gonna pincer it right here, and they were able to clean that up really, really nicely.
I think from Shrimp Fried Rice, what I like the most there is the great adjustment. You saw for the first half of that game, and even towards the later stages as well, Mura on Eternal Eclipse was just destroying them with Crab, with Splash, with Burst Bomb, with the whole kit. They were just insane at tearing up, making openings. So you got the sense that they were making sure on the side of Shrimp Fried Rice that Mura was done with before they even looked at the rain. And I think that's a smart play. That's what they did there. They realized, okay, they've got the rain. They didn't panic. They took their time. They picked their targets, and they're the ones moving on to top 4.
Yep, they certainly are. Huge congratulations to them there. You know, they're trying to show potentially that they have what it takes to take it all tonight, especially with a smaller bracket size. You know, winning here is huge. You know, it's going to put you in at least the top 4. You could potentially land podium. Now you got Honor Bound, Paraheli on the other side, Squid EST versus Eternal Eclipse on this side of bracket here, and that's going to be your top 4. But we're going to cut to a quick break as we figure out who we're going to be pulling into next. So stick around with us, and we'll be back soon.
Hey there, From the Ink Uppers. Good evening and welcome back to From the Ink Up number 42 Gold Bracket. Toma, we are in semifinals, and we've got a great set for you here. We've got the French team returning back on stream, Paraheli versus Honorbound.
Yes, we do. I'm excited to see this matchup. You know, now the stakes are huge. You're going into semifinals. Now we're in best of 5 territory. And this is going to be seeing who's going to punch their ticket to grands and who's going to be going home, you know, a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouth to that 3rd place match. Oh my gosh, and it is 4 a.m. for Paraheli, I see, or 5 a.m. 5 a.m. It is, it's early. It's early in the morning. But you know, they're here and we appreciate them being here. They're sticking it out. They're troopers. I love to see that.
You know, they are chugging those Tacticoolers, just trying to get as much caffeine into their system as they can so that they can reach the ultimate in From the Ink Up glory. So as far as Paraheli goes, I think some of these players, if I heard correctly, have been playing in From the Ink Up, but as a team, they haven't done it in a little while. Is that misinformation? What do we know about them?
I'm not too sure on that one, Sofa King. But I know that we have seen these two teams playing here a lot. So I am very excited to see them both. They're both teams that have, you know, made pretty good runs here in FTIU. I would have their stats up, but I closed the tab, so oopsies on me there. But I am excited to see what is going to be brought here to the field tonight. It's a big chance. They both have, I've been believed in gold bracket here before. And like I kind of said earlier tonight, smaller gold bracket. So this is really their chance to be able to come home, take it all. And that's going to start on Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge, Sofa. And this is one that I think is really interesting. It's not necessarily one of my favorite maps, but it has been a staple map and it's very popular. And I think that the interesting thing here, right, you know, you really have one approach option. You've got that long ramp here on, you know, the left side if it's your basket, right side for the opponent basket. And you can technically go the grades, but it's very projected. It's really hard to get across. So you really have to be able to build up some great offense to be able to get through that kind of really choke pointy area. And it really starts with specials. I'm looking at, you know, your tri-strikes, your Zukas. You've got to find a way to really be able to break through and push forward through that area to try to get some control before you can break that clam basket.
I agree completely. I think that this one is all about that crucial choke, and I think that, you know, once somebody takes control of that basket, it's hard to reverse that. You know, even with specials, it can be tough to get in there. Sometimes you're just forced to bomb poke and stay safe while your opponents are, you know, scoring the clams, just so that you don't rush in, feed, die, lead to even more scoring. So this is going to be a moment where we see where these two teams' mental is at. You know, it's been a long tournament run. They're down to the last 4 teams left. How are you feeling at this game? Are you still feeling patient and focused? That's going to be a huge test for both these teams right off the bat with game 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I'm really interested to see how it's going to play out with Paragila as well, especially because of how late it is. It's not often that, you know, in FTIU, we have non-North American teams playing with us at this time of night, because it's way early in the morning for these players, and that can be really, really mentally draining. The fact that they're here despite that right now is absolutely incredible, and I huge shout out to them for that, first of all. And I want to see, will that be able to be maintained?
I sure hope so. And I mean, they've had a really strong tournament performance so far, going 2-0 in their first round. They did drop a set in groups, but I believe that was to Eternal Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, that's not the current matchup, so you think that they've probably got to be feeling pretty good about their chances here. And likewise for Honor Bound, a terrific glow up for them. They won silver bracket last time in from the Ink Cup, coming into top 4 in gold. You know, I'm just excited to see it. The further we get along, the closer the matches get. Last set, we saw a great one. This set, we're going to see a great one. What was your favorite part about Paraheli from earlier on in the set? Because let me tell you, I thought that they were playing fast and loose. They were just really coordinated on the front end on offense.
I'm going to be so honest with you, Sofa King. I did not have the stream up earlier.
No,
I was watching our Battle 5.
We'll forgive you.
We had some chats in the TO chat.
You're right. You were busy.
I did not have stream up.
Well, let me tell you, one of my least favorite weapons to play against is a Nautilus, and I thought that Paraheli's Nautilus was terrifying. And you see Honor Bound coming out with an all frontline comp, Sora may be feasting.
Yeah, I'm really interested. I love Nautilus. I think it's a really fun weapon. I think also, you know, that point sensor can be really valuable to be able to get out and locate opponents, especially, you know, some of those people who want to shark and play really aggressive. They just wait for you to come up to them and take you out. Those point sensors can be great. You see them that they're already throwing them. They want to keep track of everybody. But Honor Bound going to go ahead and break out with the Zuka here. Finds one. Going to try to find another, but a great jump out there from Parahile. Looks like they are going to be able to break basket here, but don't have a lot in the stove to be able to feed into the rest of that push. Now it looks like Parahile is going to be able to flush out Honor Bound there for a push just to 74. Not a huge opening push. You definitely want to try to see under 50 on those first pushes, and is going to give now a pity clam for Parahile to be able to stay alive coming forward in what may come for the rest of this game. But right now they're just going to play this neutral. They're going to try to build up their clan economy, look for some picks, and get things going. You can see here on the side that Levo there with that blaster looking for a way in. They're going to be trying to get some space here. Finds one pick. They have 2 down. Now this may be their opportunity. They need to get the clams together to have that power though. But just as I say that, Honor Bound finds a pretty crucial pick to be able to stop that. Levo there going to be just looking to try to poke and stay alive. Finds a great pick onto Brandon there before eventually going down.
That was an outstanding pick, and you know, it might be 4 a.m. for Parahile, but they're playing with eyes wide open. You saw some great focus and patience in this first portion of the game here. The Zuka coming out trying to find something, but relatively even on both sides as we are about to cross this 3-minute mark here. Who's the player to keep an eye on from either of these teams that you're going to be watching?
Definitely. I think Alivo there, the blaster on the side of Parahile, has been making a lot of the key plays right now for them to try to find some space forward. They just really need to paint the map and keep that map painted for them. As you can see, as soon as that map gets changed under their feet, they will go down. That is unfortunately just the life of the blaster. And on the side of Honor Bound, you know, who I'm really looking out for right now are these bullies to be able to get in and start these engagements and set up in some really key spots. I think Crab Tank is really strong on this map as well, especially if you can get up on the opponent's kind of snipe area, and when you're making a push and pop it and focus at that area right behind the basket could be really huge for them. But right now a 3-down situation on both sides, looking for this neutral game. Tao there trying to see if they can just run it forward, but quickly realizing that they're not going to be able to get away with that, and just kind of looking to go back to mid, pop out this crab tank, and see if they can get some more things going online for them as they get a trade out there.
Yeah, this has still been just startlingly even. It seems like every time there's a pick by either side, the other teammates are there to clean it up. No insane advantages yet, except that Art Zuka shot was pretty wild by Error. We were seeing a lot of those in the earlier set too, some crazy shots from Error. There's a fight down on the lower side here. Can Error evade this Zuka? One thing that I'm really liking from Paraheli is whenever a special is popped, they suddenly get very sneaky. Very cool to see, and they're evading a lot of stuff that would otherwise, well, commentators curse, they die to the strikes, but either way, it's been a very even game so far, a delight to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to hide from the strikes as you're jumping out there. The Paraheli is here on the side trying to make a push with that Nautilus. They do get the rain out, but go down. Gonna at least get a little bit of paint going in Honorbound's base, but doesn't do them too much considering Honorbound is in mid right now with a power clamp, looking to try to get a push going of their own. But it's going to be rough right now as they've lost that Slosher, which can be really key for them. Pushing in, it's a really aggressive weapon, has that nice AoE effect as well. They're the dualies. Here's the dualies that I talked about that's going to be a key player in starting engagements. Unfortunately goes down there, but did create the opening that Honorbound needed to be able to break in here. They've got that cooler online now to keep this push sustained. The tri-strikes coming out from Dawn Warrior there on the top is going to be giving Paraheli a little bit of a rough time getting in, as right now they're just dunking more clams into this basket, keeping it open. They have 7 clams on here, which are enough to win the game, but it doesn't look like they're going to have the space forward to be able to find that in right now. 17 seconds left in this game. Now you've got a power clam online from the side for Paraheli, but there is a lot of ground to cover, plus a huge score to settle, and right now you've got Honorbound up in your base. You've got to be worried about that. Tao going to be moving forward. All they have to do is to be able to connect with the basket to be able to stop overtime here right now, or just delay Paraheli, which they're definitely doing a great job of at the moment, but they're going to be swimming forward. They find the connection there. That is going to be game 1 going to Honorbound.
The thing that I really liked there about watching Honorbound was Clam Blitz is all about having a solid idea of division of labor among the team. You've got to have some people fighting. You've got to have some people maintaining mid, some people getting the clams. And it seemed like Honorbound, when they were making their pushes, and especially their main push, they got it all the way down to 14, they were locked in on who was doing what. They had multiple power clams at the ready, some folks going back to get more. It was very coordinated. That's exactly what you want to see. And while Paraheli had some solid defense for mostly the whole game, man, they didn't score once. So what do you got to do to change that if you're Paraheli coming into the next game? And if you're Honorbound, what do you got to keep doing?
You know, so here, the big things that you're looking out for, especially going into a mode like Crab Leg Capital, from Paraheli, what I want to really see is more uses, especially of these flanks right now, which I think are really excellent options on this map. I think this map is a little bit overhated. That's going to be my hot take of the night. I think that this map has excellent ways in and out of the zone. I think that the pits are used very well as flanking options to be able to move around, be able to kind of create those super sneaky plays to be able to take forth a zone. And it's still, even in zone, there's still a lot of ways to move around. You've got the walls that are paintable on both sides. I know, paintable walls in this game. What a crazy concept. And I love the grates as well that provide lots of different options. On the side of Honorbound, what you want to keep up, I want to see keeping up that aggression. If you can go forward on that right or left hand side, you got a block, you've got grates, you've got 2 options into the opponent base. You can create a lot of havoc. You can delay the ability for the other team to get back into the zone. And I think that aggression from Honorbound is exactly what they need to continue here to be able to get, you know, a solid lead and to keep Paraheli from being able to break back out.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I agree that, you know, Crab Leg is a solid map. It's got a lot of good routes to try and go in, get some creative stuff going on offense. But I think, you know, like we said, if you're Paraheli, I like the things that the Blaster and the Knot were doing, but against the comp that Honorbound is running, you cannot have both of them. It just slows you down too much. You got to have some way to be able to match the speed that Honorbound's putting out with the dualies, the shot, the slosher, everything that they're throwing at you that's always going to be coming aggro. I think that Paraheli is doing a great job of defending, but they need to switch it up, get some comp changes going. What would you recommend for them to try and speed up their game a little bit?
You know, I am not quite sure what. It's not a map that I see played enough to know exactly what people need to bring out here. I do know I love the Nautilus pick here. I think Splatlings are great on these greats. And as far as what they have here, I still think Blaster pokes really well, especially up in under grades from anybody who's trying to go out on it. What I am interested to see coming out are these dually squelchers on the side of Honorbound. You know, I think that the crab tank and the aggression from the Splat dualies is really good, but dually sculptures are just not an option I'm used to seeing coming out. I think that the Wavebreaker can be good, but I do wonder if it has the same kind of aggression that it really needs right now for Honorbound to be able to succeed, especially right now as Paraheli's already over here holding a nice area, using that Trizuka to try to wall them out. But of course they've got to be careful. Honorbound has a Trizuka of their own ready for that response, but already down to about 50 right now on the zone. It looks like Honorbound gonna be able to flip it right here, right after it passes that mark, be able to cap it here as well. Great play from them there, but 2 down already, 3 down now, just that dually sculptures. Like I said before, I'm wondering if this comp has the aggression that they need.
I don't think it does, and I think when you're looking at a neutral game and a defensive game, Paraheli through games 1 and 2 has played better. On the offensive side, it's been Honorbound, but these dualies are slowing him down a bit. We saw earlier the dualies were the first one in on one of these engagements. I don't know that that's the way they want to be running their offense, but either way, still anybody's game at this point, although that penalty timer is evaporated for Paraheli.
Yeah, it is, and they're looking over here at the right side pit. They do have the strikes out to be able to contest the zone, but Paraheli's going to be holding on to it. They're looking here. It's 2 down on Honorbound once again. This Nautilus moving in, finding an excellent pick. This is the exact situation you want to be in if you're Paraheli. I think their defense is set up well. I think they're using their tools really well. I think this Blaster is poking at just the right spots that they need to. The coordination and teamwork here from Paraheli on this game were absolutely excellent. And this is why you see that game went very fast in Paraheli's favor.
Yeah, and you know what? That game felt a lot like the opening of the previous game, right? Where Paraheli is good at controlling mid and locking it down, and that's really all that Zones is about. So I'm going to be really interested to see, as this set is tied 1-1, we're going to tower on Manta next, is can Paraheli start to get something going, like when they have to push into the enemy side, that is where we have not yet seen them succeed. And for Honorbound, they have to make some changes and say, okay, how can we consistently win neutral against this team? So both of these teams, this is fascinating, both of these teams have things that they're working on as this set progresses, and I think this Game 3 is going to be a big tell as far as which team is adjusting faster.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it, and right now I do think that this map mode, Manta Maria, lends itself a little bit more to the side of Honorbound. I think this is a map where you have to really push a lot of aggression forward through street into that base, into that mast area to be able to really clear. Checkpoint 2 is super hard Soba King to be able to pop because it's just surrounded by high defensive ground on all sides. It's really easy for you to just be able to bomb it out, to throw specials. Especially, I'm looking at that slosher from the side of Honorbound. I think that its ability to poke into street from a safe area is going to be really, really key here for Honorbound. On the side of Paraheli, you know, a defensive foothold can be really good, and holding space can be really good to prevent that second checkpoint from falling, but you have to find the offensive coordination to break through that if you want to succeed.
I agree completely, and it's just something that Paraheli has not yet found in this set. I will say that in the earlier streamed set, it seemed like that was a lot more powerful for them, so that the time could be a factor as far as how late it is for them. Obviously, you know, neither team wants to hear that as an excuse. Paraheli certainly doesn't. but I think that you're absolutely right, that you have to find something on offense, and I think it starts with this blaster that we've seen take some super aggressive positions, make the picks to follow up with it. I think a lot of this game is going to live or die on how that blaster is able to pick above and over all these plentiful ledges on Manta.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see it. This is a fun map mode. This is one of my favorite map modes in the game. Actually, my favorite map mode is coming up soon. But this one's really fun. Still too. And we actually are going to see on Honor Bound they're taking out that vanilla slosher in favor of running Tri Nouveau and running Machine. I think Machine still does do well here. I like the strikes a little bit more. And this is actually, me and Elemental were talking before stream, I believe, about this exact map, and I said how I like Tri Slosher Nouveau as your cooler option, and I got disagreed with there.
No, I'm a fan of Entry as well. The Whip Rays have a terrific Entry user. We don't even know what the word NZAP means. We don't have one on the team. But no, we see the early ink advantage going to Parrot Healy here, and some huge comp changes for Honor Bound with a lot of chip damage weapons. So far, they weren't able to get the early control here, but it's anybody's game. As you see Tau rushing into this tower, will get picked immediately as numbers are still even. Halo trying to come back from behind here, but that tower's cruising right along that street.
The fact that Parahealy was able to break checkpoint 2 with under a minute into the game is absolutely huge for them. Like I said, this is such a obstacle for teams to get past. I've seen many games of Manta TC go by where no one breaks checkpoint 2. So that is a huge advantage for them, and I think that one of the things that they're doing really well too is using that blaster to their advantage. Like I said, you have to create a lot of pressure, you have to get in front, and the blaster kind of alleviates that. You don't have to physically be in front of objective if you can poke in front of it like that. The blaster did that very well. It poked over those walls, it protected the areas where you would be attacking the tower from, and I really like to see that. But we're going to see that happen on the side of Honor Bound as well potentially here, as they're trying to make their break at checkpoint 2, and it's just trades back and forth here. The blaster is, or the Tri-Slosher is the one left up on the side of Honor Bound. They're not wanting to give up this space, that you do have to be careful as Parahealy is respond. They have that Zuka out. They are not letting this checkpoint go, and this is their game right now. This is the thing that they do best. They hold and they defend, and that's what they need to do for the rest of this game. If they can just not let checkpoint 2 fall, then they have this game, Sofa King.
Standing work, and with the less paint that Honor Bound went with this lower comp with the Machine and Blaster, if you can keep those point sensors on the Tri-Slosh and the shot, they can't do anything because they don't have paint and they're marked. So this is a very interesting situation for both teams. Although 42, oh man, that could easily be broken with a snowball, though we do see 3 down on Parahealy with the Blaster, the last one in mid, able to hold this space very effectively against the onrush of Honor Bound. Is going to see Brandon kind of sharking up at the front here. Trades on either side, but my goodness, what does Honor Bound have to do to try and break this wall?
They really, really have to focus to the positions of Parahealy right now. Parahealy has that point sensor to be able to mark out members of Honor Bound, but Honor Bound doesn't have that luxury on their side. They have to really pay attention to where Parahealy is moving, especially since you have a really strong defense from this team. You need to find them, you need to pop your specials there, you need to throw everything you've got at those areas that they're defending from. Right now, they're doing that great as they're breaking out into the street. They got the Trizuka online as they're approaching checkpoint 2 here. This is going to be the vital moment for them, whether they're going to make or break it here. Going down the rain coming out from the Nautilus there onto the tower, providing a great chip for them to be able to protect that, and stopping the tower before the checkpoint breaks is huge here, because of course, like we know, without the checkpoint breaking, they're going to have to restart it from the beginning. They aren't going to be able to take points off that immediately, and this is the strong defense that we see time and time again from Parahealy.
I don't know how Parahealy is getting back so fast. Like, I guess it's the juice, but it's like, my goodness, they're out of position for a second, or they get picked, and they're right back in the prime spots that they want to be with this Knot and this Blaster. It's truly amazing to see, and although they go 1 down here, you see the Blaster drawing eyes on the right side. Maybe a bit risky there, but my goodness, the onus now is on Honor Bound as 3 go down. Parahealy, a long wipe. You see the jump that's going to get camped in on tower, and looks like this is their final shot with 40 seconds left to try and steal a lead.
They do have this bubbler ready, which could potentially give them, you know, a little bit of protection coming up here on this checkpoint. They need to make sure that they don't lose it before they go down. They are able to pop it maybe out a little bit early, though, since it doesn't last as long as Tower. It's going to go down right before they reach the checkpoint. The Zuka going to come out, but they're 2 down on Paraheli. Looks like this checkpoint is going to fall. It's going to be up to Paraheli to be able to stop this. 50 right here. This is going to be the opportunity. You got the checkpoint broken. Now at 47, a lot of pressure going around this tower. You've got the Booyah Bomb. This may be the key as the lead does flip over to Honorbound, and that is going to be your game. They pulled it together right when it mattered.
You can hang your hat on defense, but if that's what you do, you got to do it the whole game. Paraheli did it twice very, very well. It only takes one slippage, and the game is lost. So I think that is going to be both these teams' focus coming in. Honorbound's got to be feeling terrific after that. They were finally able to use their patience, use that Booyah, use that blaster. All of these little chipping, picking, and poking sort of comp changes that they made did pay off in the end with that last second taking the lead. Let's see, with... my goodness, with 2 seconds to go, just an outstanding gutsy performance by them to take a lead in this series. And if you're Paraheli, they have not changed comps yet in this set, and I think they've got to consider that for Rainmaker Undertow.
You definitely have to, you know, and I think ultimately that game boils down to as well. Paraheli, they were able to break that checkpoint early, but they never were ever able to really add to their lead, and it's because they couldn't find that space and street that I talked about. Their forte really is not those breakout pushes. They're not the team that's living in your base and making these super aggressive plays, so they weren't really able to extend their lead to something that was super safe. So for Honorbound, once that checkpoint fell, they were just able to get just a little bit further ahead. They have that aggression to push farther. They have the confidence to go a little deeper than Paraheli does, and that really, really paid off there, because you saw that the complete control of Street. You had members start from that, you know, left side corner where the ramp is all the way to where the cut was. They were just able to hold it down and not let anybody in to stop that tower. And on Undertow Spillway, that kind of play comes into control here, especially when you're looking at that uninkable. That's going to be your kind of make it or break it point. A lot of teams are able to find check on this map. It's not a super hard map to be able to find check on, but what it really comes down to is who's able to move it further through that uninkable area. It's a really tight choke point. You have to be able to get some aggression in front of that and provide, you know, the space for your objective holder to be able to move through there safely.
Yeah, I agree completely. No matter which way you go, left or right, you've got that uninkable to work over if you're trying for the fast breakaway, if you're trying the longer way. I think it's definitely something that I'm sure is going on in the VC right now. Paraheli's trying to work up some changes, but I have a feeling that the changes are going to be gameplay oriented because they've stuck fast with these weapons through 3 games. I'm hoping that they'll change. If you're Honorbound, you're hoping that they'll stay the same, because with a knot and a range blaster, they just might not have the speed that Rainmaker requires. As we talked about before, you don't often see blaster on Rainmaker.
No, you definitely don't. And for what it is worth, Undertow Spillway is definitely a map where you can mount a defense a little bit better and play a little bit more defense internally than, you know, a map like Manta, where you really have to get through that street. There's a lot more space here to move around. There's a lot more options for your defensive front, and that is definitely Paraheli's strong point. So we're going to see what's going to go out here right now. Honorbound getting that very early pop with that early aggression like we've seen from time to time on these games. They're going to be moving around here. Town Warrior on the left-hand side, trying to poke around, see if they can find another pick. They've already got those early strikes out as well, just trying to defend their Rainmaker as they're pushing up through that checkpoint, and they are able to get that first break. Not super surprising there. We've seen early breaks on this map all the time. Doesn't usually matter too much who gets that first break, because like I said, this is one where we usually see both teams break. We see a lot of high scores on this map.
Oh yes, 100%, especially with the fast comp that Honorbound did switch back to. Definitely very expected, as one will go down a triple with the Zuka from Halo, and the blaster is suddenly the last one, has to scamper away for their lives. And man, Honorbound is going to be pushing in, although they're stopped immediately. I don't know what stopped them, but somebody from Periheli came back real fast.
May have been a bomb or something there, but yeah, that was the lottery Zuka there on the side of Honorbound, and now they're going to be pushing it a little bit up that unequal. Of course, Periheli there to stop them. 38 isn't going to be necessarily super huge. If you can get across that unequal on the other side, it's going to be a lot. Of course, if you can get it any further up the ramp than that, because that is just barely touching the base, then you are in a good position as well. But they've got to look out from behind them. They've got members of Honorbound coming on that flank to try to pincer in on them. But the Rainmaker does get reset. Going to give them a little bit of room to breathe here, but they've got to watch out. That Slaughter already not wanting to give them too much space to work with. Going to be poking up at Sora there, finding the pick on them, and now Halo going to see if they can move it any further up that ramp, stop before they're able to get any additional score going. But right now, Periheli just struggling to find their footing here in this map. With 2 down on Honorbound, this may be their opportunity to do so. You've got our Levo over here on the side trying to poke here at the defense of Honorbound. Looks like they may be able to find the checkpoint right here. Great pick as well. The checkpoint does fall. This is Periheli's opportunity to make a really big push happen. You know, like I said before, 38, not a huge lead, but you've got to look out when you got these specials. You take out the crab tank, that's going to be huge for them. They're going to be trying to push through this unequal, but they've got to wake out for those tri-strikes. The tri-slosher, or the slosher trying to provide a little bit of a lead for them, but it does go down, and that is going to be a push to 17 from Periheli. That is an excellent number to see. You know, still not 100% safe, but that is kind of around the range where you start seeing game-winning pushes.
Oh, most definitely. And, you know, like you said, this is probably the Rainmaker map where most often you're kind of expecting a knockout at some point, but great plays from Periheli. You saw that blaster pick that had us both, you know, jaws agape. You saw the crab get shredded there, and 3 down once again for Honorbound, as now we're in Periheli's wheelhouse. Just stand and defend. The question will be, can Honorbound figure out a way to slip past them again as we encroach upon the final 90-ish seconds?
Of course, you know, it's always possible. We've seen the kind of sneaky plays from Honorbound before, and the aggression that they can bring into it. If they can just send somebody on a flank, we've already seen them try to do it with those dualies. You know, anything is still possible to keep them here in this game. But about a minute and a half left. They're going to have to find that situation soon. They are 2 down on both sides. Going to be picking up the Rainmaker, very quickly taken down by Sue there on Periheli. Waiting there, just knowing that somebody was about to pick that up. Just the zap left up on Honorbound is going to give Periheli some room to move this Rainmaker forward, which is exactly what they want to do at this moment. They don't really need to extend their lead here. They have a good, you know, number, but if they can, obviously they'll take it. But they want to get this just as far on Honorbound's side of the map as possible, so that when they go down and, you know, if Honorbound gets overtime, they have to push it even further to be able to take that lead. And right now they're not giving up that aggression. Error sneaking past here, finding a pick onto Tonwari, getting the trade, and now it's going to give some space for them to go pick up that Rainmaker, move it even just a little bit further. But like I said before, you gotta watch out behind you. Halo finding a nice pick on the Rain to stop them. 30 seconds remaining here. Sofa King, this is going to be the make it or break it kind of moment beginning for Honorbound.
Yeah, that was really strong, and you see Periheli kind of twice there, not really looking at that right side, which is baffling. As they go 2 down here, Honorbound, this is your chance to try and get another clutch dub. Although, maybe the same thing, but they are able to counter that one on the right side. You see the knot blocking the Rainmaker's advance here. One of them is going to drop 2 members. We've got 2 down on either side. The Rainmaker pushing forward. The Range Blaster trying to get in, knowing that the Rainmaker is the most important part, and they do manage to pick it. This set is even at 2.
Absolutely huge pick there from the Blaster on Periheli. And, you know, like we said before, Range Blaster is not a pick you expect to see coming out on Rainmaker, but if it can get in, if it can get on those funky angles, it can provide a lot of pressure, and of course it is always going to be a really good option to get kills. Here you see Honorbound kind of on this last push, keeping a good lookout on their right hand side, knowing that they can't let a flank in or it's going to be game over. But unfortunately, with 2 of them down, it's just a lot of space to hold. You've got a shooter coming from them, you've got a blaster coming for them, and it's just ultimately too much for them to be able to hold back with just the 2 people that they had up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was just truly a masterclass. And the moment to moment, I'm curious to see it on this replay here, because you saw the blaster try and think about fighting that person that was in front of it, and then you almost saw the gears turning like, no, what am I doing? I can't be fighting that. I need to be fighting Brandon. So let's see if we can see that moment here as we see these trades coming back and forth. But you know, just the presence, the calm, the patience, knowing exactly what that blaster had to do in that moment. You see it fired one shot at ton, and then it turned, went towards these grates, got the dub. Just terrific awareness in that moment, because you can't trade with the tri-slosh, or you can't trade with the slosh there. Game's probably over if you do. You have to go for that Rainmaker, and they made the right choice. But moving on to the all-important Game 5, Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. My goodness, this one has me worried on both sides, because if you're honor bound, you need long range pressure to be able to put pressure on their street and make yourself an opening to basket. But if you're Paraheli, you need paint and you need aggro to actually get the clams and get to basket. Which one do you think this map mode favors?
Well, I definitely think here the aggression is probably a little bit more favored. It's a really tough map. The geometry of this map as well really plays into a lot of it. You've got to be careful and cautious and aware of where everybody is to be able to push forward, find the picks that you need. It's one of those maps that it can be pretty hard, but when you do find those picks, I've seen a lot of snowballs happen here. I am looking out again. Once again, I keep talking about this slosher. I'm looking at the slosher again on the side of Honorbound. The slosher works very well with the geometry of this map. The tri-strikes create a lot of space underneath the basket area to be able to potentially push through. But like I said before too, with knowing where people are, the point sensor from the Nautilus could be really, really huge here. If Paraheli can keep eyes on where every single member of Honorbound is and make sure that they're working together, taking, you know, good 2v1s to go pick off those marked members of Honorbound, then this could, you know, be a really good game for them as well.
I think so. I think you're absolutely right. We did not expect any comp changes from Paraheli, and there are none. But you do see Honorbound going with kind of like half what they did for Manta, half what they've otherwise been doing, this double Zuka, double bucket comp that I think is going to fit Humpback very, very well. I've
got to point out a slight correction on the side of Paraheli. We actually see the S-Blast coming out.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really interested to see this as well. You know, S-Blast, the blasters can do very well on this with the geometry as well, able to poke around at some funky places. And I'm interested to see if, you know, the reef sliders going in could potentially create some openings for Paraheli that they weren't able to do so previously. Right now, you can see those blasters set up in a good position, kind of dancing around. They do find, you know, some trades going around in that area, but right now it's just kind of a scrappy fight happening in neutral. Neither team really has a clam economy built up. Neither team has really been able to find the picks that they need yet.
Yeah, you do see two going down for Paraheli as this neutral will start to shift. Sora is the last one in mid. I don't know if they realize that on their team. They are going to get one traded out with Halo, as it looks as though Paraheli is kind of, you know, not quite sure about their positioning, at least in the early going here. Although the first score here will go to Honorbound. And ooh, a nice flank coming in from Tau as they're trying to use these ledges, manipulate this to their best effect. They do go two down. A clean pick on error will help mitigate that a little bit. And slightly out of position as they're trying to score, but my goodness, that was a little bit of a scuffed fight there, but Tau was able to win it eventually. Can they get Tau out? They do. A push to 53, though, on this map can be reversed quickly.
Yeah, the play from Tal there was absolutely incredible, popping at the Booyah Bomb at the right time to be able to survive, and then very quickly taking that little block hop up to just be able to create a lot of pressure on to Paraheli. This is the kind of plays that you need to see from the team that wants to be able to take the win here. Now, if you're Paraheli, you've got to find a way to respond. You've got Azuka out of your own, but you saw that that one from Honorbound was just ready to respond as well. Two down now on the side of Paraheli. They really need to be able to get their members back up and get them under control to get back here in a minute. You see another power clam breaks open here, is able to continue to score here on Honorbound. They've got just, you know, no clams to follow up. They've got that shot back. This is going to be the opportunity from Paraheli to be able to get something going. They don't pick up that pity, so they aren't going to get an additional one. They need to be able to create a clam to get the score going here. So, you know, I wonder if a little bit, you've got to know that, hey, they scored on us. We can pick this up. This can add to our clam economy. So definitely a little bit of a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, you're just seeing everybody on Paraheli kind of struggling to position themselves in neutral. You're seeing Honorbound playing much more defensively, much more with this team-oriented mindset. It almost seems as though Honorbound just, they seem to have this feeling of destiny about them, right? Where they're able to get these pushes going together. My goodness, Paraheli, this is the first game out of all 5 where we've seen them consistently losing neutral, going 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Tau, we see in a position to score again or potentially flank. They've got to get the clams together, and they do, and they're going to push that score well below 50.
A big part of that too, I wonder, is just do they know the bucket matchup on this map? They've got 2 buckets on the side of Honorbound, and like I said before, these are really, really good weapons on this map. It uses the geometry of the map well, and Clam Blitz is maybe a mode that the teams aren't as familiar on this map. In here on our map list this season to, help teams prepare a little bit for it being in Moody, but generally this is kind of a map that you only see Rainmaker on.
Yeah, I agree. That could be something that's thrown these teams off, and the double buckets kind of were given Paraheli fits eventually on that Manta Tower map. But we're still in neutral here, a trade on either side as we approach the final minute. Zoo kind of looking for an opening here, but man, these bucket spots are just so advantageous, so powerful. You see the cooler coming out here, probably going to try and initiate a fight, but man, on Paraheli, it looks like you're seeing a lot less decisive action as far as which fight to take.
Yeah, I think that right now they're just trying to figure out what they need to do to fight as a team, but the offense of Honorbound is just overwhelming them a little bit, and they aren't able to get those calls together before Honorbound has already moved in. That's going to be the full wipe out onto Paraheli there. Now you've got Honorbound here with this power clam ready to score again, going to be able to dunk it right there. No clams really to be able to follow up, but they definitely do have specials to be able to hold ground while they look for some more clams to be able to add. 9 seconds left in this game right now at 28 to 100, and with 3 down on Paraheli, it's definitely going to be a tall order. We see them kind of just grouped up there waiting for Paraheli to come to them.
Yeah, you're seeing, my goodness, just great special usage, great timing as far as when to move in. Honorbound was certainly playing with a vengeance for game number 5 there, as you see that one final score to end it, and Honorbound will be heading on to grand finals, and they will be facing off against Squid Est.
Yeah, great game there, all the way to game 5. What an incredible set there. Sofa King, love to see these super duper back and forth games.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's been a treat to be able to see, all 3 games for set number 1 for us, all 5 games for set number 2. We can only hope that we'll get to see it again coming up soon on Grand Finals. It looks as though our opponents are already ready, so we may do a quick check to see how that's progressing, but don't go anywhere because the finals of From the Ink Up number 42 are coming up real soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're ready for our grand final set. We've got Honorbound versus Squid EST here, battling it out to see who's going to be on top of this podium tonight. Sofa, they're going to be taking it away on Splat Zone's ship-shaped cargo here very shortly. So tell me a little bit about this map. What do you like about it? What do you want to see from these teams?
Man, both of these new maps that they've added for this season have been absolute winners, I think. And Ship Shape is terrific. It's just, I love how different it is, how important the two sides of left and right mid are. It feels as though this is kind of like what the devs were trying to do with Hammerhead and failed, like to actually have the sides of the map be very important, and I love how it plays out in this mode. But my goodness, we've seen these two teams fighting all night. Honorbound, Squid EST. Squid EST able to notch a 4th place finish last time, but tonight they are going for gold.
Oh, I'm being told in chat it's Squid Est. It's a pun
Squid
on
Est.
Squid Est. Okay, so sorry for butchering your name there. We will correct that. Salute in the chat to Jordan there. When I'm too, I think this is a great map. I think that it's really fun. I think it's one of the best zone maps in the game, in my personal opinion. I like what you said, the top areas feel really important to control. I think that this map provides a lot of good, just natural movement through where you have to think about the objectives. You got to think about, what do we need to hold for this? I think on a lot of other maps it's a little bit more unclear, and this map really provides hey, this is the high ground, this is a key point of the map, you want to be able to hold this. We're going to be seeing them load out, and I'm going to say it, Sofa King, you probably know what I'm going to say. I am so excited to see a tri-stringer here.
Yeah, I figured you were going to latch right onto that. That's definitely an interesting pick for this one, especially zones. I think it's powerful, and with the new whale buff, we see that coming into handy right away with Avicord. Although they're the last one up, getting a key double there, trying to hold back the members of Honorbound as we are just kind of even feeling each other out in the early going. I'm also interested in this junior from Honorbound that we did not see in the last set.
Yeah, we always see another whale coming back out here. Whale strong. I love whale now. Getting a great assist there as they're able to try to take a contention of this zone. But of course, all the way up there on the top, Honorbound is doing a great job right now of holding that very important high ground. Like we said, there's very important points of this map that you need to be able to hold to get your push going. And right now, Squid S struggling a little bit to find control of those. They are able to keep Zootnone into this neutral state, but Tal going to be moving in on the back end, trying to find some picks. They have 3 down on Squid S, moving forward, able to keep their lead going right now. You've got to kind of back up if you're Squid S. Think about, hey, we need to think about what we need to get online. What specials do we have? We have to break out into there. They do have a limited amount of time in, but they don't want to feed unnecessarily into a push.
No, not at all. Although that zone is ticking down to critical levels, this crab coming out to secure it, and it looks as though game 1 is going to go to Honorbound in a very fast zones game. If you're Squid S, how do you stop the bleeding?
man. You really have to think about how you can pressure really key points of the map. And right now, I think that you kind of saw as soon as they had specials online, they would pop them. Looking, that Tri-Stringer popping Whale as soon as it had it. The Zuka's being popped as soon as they have it. And I think that what you really want to do is that if you get your special, you want to wait until maybe you have one more special or two more specials. Use the double Zuka or use a Zuka plus the Whale at the same time so that you can move in together on it and find picks more effectively to get your break back in.
Yeah, 100%. And my goodness, splat zones can be a quick one. But as we're looking ahead to game number 2 with tower control on Inkblot, this one has a tendency to be quite a bit slower. I think this is going to help the Tri-Stringer shine. What about you?
Yeah, I definitely think that this is a fun map. This is one where, well, I say where I run Tri-Stringer, not anymore. I run Pencil now. Gotta go with that cooler meta, don't we? But before when I had like ballpoint or Stringer is my two options, I would always choose Stringer here. I think that it's got a lot of fun angles that it can use. It can poke over the stacks really well. If you're using thermal ink on it, you should be using thermal ink on it. It can be really good at kind of keeping location of anybody that you're able to get and chip and to be able to follow up on them even if they're hiding behind cover.
I hope Squid Est is taking notes, because this is good stuff here. I do not play backline, so this is all good stuff to know, especially for any Tri-Stringer users out there. If you're honor bound, you want to keep up this aggression, because the momentum is on your side. They're feeling that momentum from that Clam Blitz Humpback game that went very much in their favor in the previous set. They've continued it into this set, and they know that these sets are short. Best of 5, they only have a little bit to go. If they can take a 2-0 lead here, that's massive. I think on Inkblot Art Academy, we're going to be looking for, at least somebody to bring those strikes out. I'm guessing that Junior might swap back to the V-Slosh that we did see them on in that previous set to try and stop Tower. But let's take a look at these comps here that these two teams are bringing out for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we're bringing out. We see more of that Tri-Stringer. I think that's the exact same comp coming out from Squid Est. On the side of Honor Bound now, you got very similar. You got these dualies that have been key for them time and time again. Going with the Tri-Nouveau as their cooler option, which can be really good for playing around these stacks, which are going to be really key. And of course, you got Crab Tank, you got Bubble, really just typical special options for tower control. The Stringer here going to be popping out that special as soon as they get it to be able to pressure, but not really able to find anything off of it, and we're 2 down in that situation. Right now, it's looking like Squid Est still kind of just struggling to find a little bit of a foothold and really needing to find, the space to work together, especially as they're 2 down, and now this checkpoint, or second checkpoint, is going to begin to be under attack by members of Honor Bound as they're already up here in these bats, which is exactly where they want to be starting this push. Great pick on to Brandon there is going to help get their defense set up a little bit more.
Yeah, if you're Nate, you gotta maybe play for the Zuka, try and get advantage here as you do slowly work your way into mid. The one Zuka coming out from Squid Est, they will go down though, so they won't be able to do too much left. To play a little bit more slowly, especially with this Crab on the side that loses a bit of time looking for static. One goes down on the plat, and Honor Bound is rolling again.
Yeah, and right now you got Tal there just taking up an aggressive position once again. And while there's 2 down on the side of Honor Bound, you can see that they're under these ledges, just kind of waiting for Squid Est to come to them. They don't want to give up any space. The Stringer popping out that Whale once again, trying to move them out, but you see that the members of Squid Est really aren't able to capitalize off it too much at the moment. The Zuka does come out here, but they've got to watch out because while they're Zuking, Dawn Warrior is in their base there. You got Tal in their base there. They're looking to get the pincer here on to Squid Est. You've got to watch all of those angles from people coming in on you. Right now, Squid Est able to get back up here, but just as they're about to get to that first checkpoint, that flank comes in. Tal able to find the pick on the tower, able to take out Static as well before going down, which is going to do a really good job at stalling Squid Est from being able to push further.
Yeah, Tao was back there for so long. I don't know how long they were back there, but they definitely picked the exact right moment to pull that flank, and it worked very effectively. However, the ink control is still in favor of Squid Est, as 2 will go down for Honor Bound, and 63 is not a very hefty lead at all, so you're going to see the Tri-Stringer putting up some pressure here as they're going to try and glide that tower towards a lead.
Yeah, and they're able to just inch out a lead there to 62. Barely, getting in there to be able to snatch it. But definitely not safe, especially as neither team has even locked in to where that second checkpoint is to be able to make an attempt at breaking it. Fawn Warrior here on the side trying to get some pressure going forward so that they can start making that second checkpoint break. As you see, the lead is going to shift back over to Honorbound. Now, Honorbound has control of Squid Est spats, which is exactly what you need to do to be able to find that checkpoint break there. We are going to see that checkpoint fall, giving them enough time to just stall until until you get that break. Now they know next time we don't have to break again. We can just push straight through it. We can start scoring again. Exactly the kind of position that they want to find themselves in.
Oftentimes, you're not seeing Nate on Squid Est kind of up at the front. They're trying to take some off angles, which is working sometimes, but other times it can be costly. You do see the Zuka coming out, some paint going down. Consistently, the paint advantage is in favor of Squid Est. They're trying to get this push online, but the Crab and the Zuka, the specials coming out from Honorbound, are going to slow that down a little bit. But now Nate, kind of what we were talking about before with the flank, trying to find something, is unable in bats, but that tower is going to be getting towards a lead. 2 go down for Squid Est, though, which may stop this push in its tracks. Ooh, the jump's going to get camped, and it looks like that is it for now for Squid Est.
Yeah, they really need to be able to find their footing here, especially with just a minute left in this game. They need to be able to break that checkpoint and push it just a little bit further to be able to take the lead. But we've got Honorbound setting up a great defense over here. You see them all kind of grouped up on this right-hand side. One is going to go down on either side as that Tri-Stringer does pop the whale to try to create some more pressure, but the shot going down on Squid Est means that no one's going to really be able to get in there and find a pick off of that whale with the Stringer. Tao now coming in on the side, going to be finding a pick, and you can keep seeing Tao coming in on these off angles and finding good picks for Honorbound to get things rolling, or just to stall things out here. Because honestly, if you are Honorbound, you don't really feel the pressure to need to make a push here. If you can just stall out the members of Squid Est to not be able to get in, that's what matters right now. Especially just 1 second left there on the timer. The Power Rider does go down. Honorbound going to be able to slip right in there to be able to take game 2.
Not quite sure what happened at the end there. Good on Honorbound with a 2-0 victor, or 2-0 set lead. It does seem like they were pushing that tower to the left side. Squid Est had a huge numbers advantage, but they just weren't calling this fight on the left-hand side that needed to be taken. And then the person was able to get one splat on tower and hop right on up there. You see 2 down on the side of Honorbound here on our replay now. Now they need to be going up on this left side to fight this crab. They need to rotate back. But Tao, I think here, is just going to get one pick, shimmy right on up there, and that's all she wrote. So that's was kind of an interesting end there. But this set is not over, and I know that we did see in the chat earlier that even in semifinals in the round before this, Squid Est was in the same position. They were down 0-2, and they were able to come back and still take the set despite that. So we're still interested in seeing how this one will progress. We do see Rainmaker on Manta Maria, a bit of a different look of Manta than we saw last time. But you got to think that, man, Honorbound has been looking good on Rainmaker. Despite that undertow loss from previously, I still think this one favors their aggression.
Yeah, definitely for sure here. And this is anybody's game still. We've seen things go to game 5, and we've seen that things can change in the blink of an eye. And it wasn't just like a dominated game by any means there on Inkblot Art Academy. There was a lot of back and forth there. It just really came down to being able to get through that second checkpoint. But with Manta, it's a kind of a map where if you go down once, if you have a man advantage, that first checkpoint going to be pretty easy to break. And then from there, it's really about just who can really fast push down, get that drop, and push the Rainmaker as far as possible. So you're not going to be stalled out too much by that second tower checkpoint. Definitely could be the kind of map that Squid EST is looking forward to be able to get a point here on the board.
Yeah, I'm really hoping so, especially since, we've been seeing some good play from both teams like you mentioned, some really close games. That one was a matter of, a matter of seconds. I think like 58 to 44 or something. That time can go by real quick in tower. And similarly with Manta, one movement of the Rainmaker, one squid roll, one maneuver, one jump can make the difference in this one. So this set is by no means over. And, as we've discussed, Squid S definitely has the grit, the determination to carry on. Honorbound, though, looking for a 3-0 in their match point to try and crown themselves victors of From the Ink Up number 42.
Absolutely. We're going in here, loading in to see what teams are bringing out, and I'm interested to see the Bamboo on the side of Honorbound. We've seen Tal pretty much on these dualies the entire time, so the Bamboo, quite, a different pick coming out from them. On the side of Squid EST, we're going to see a much more aggressive comp coming out. We're going to see that Tri-Stringer dropping out here now, running double Zuka with the Booyah Bomb and that Cooler online, but right now the early fight's going in Honorbound's favor here, as they're looking to try to pick up this Rainmaker. They're already pushing here up this right-hand side, and they're going to find a very early checkpoint right here.
Yeah, the early aggression is definitely going to Honorbound, and it's going to continue going to Honorbound as the Zuka is able to find another one there. They can just grab this Rain and continue going, and with another pick on the machine, man, this could be a quick game as you see Halo, a couple other shooters rushing in there, winning the fight right by the basket. Brandon wisely avoiding this suction bomb, and that was almost the entire tournament right there. Squid S barely getting a stop at 3.
Of course, now you got to be really, really careful about what you do, because to 3, you're basically going to have to knock out to be able to win here if you're Squid S. It's still definitely possible, but it's going to take a lot of patience and, waiting for the right moment to move forward. That pit can be like a huge death trap to just drop on into. A lot of firefights go on in there, so you have to really wait until you have the right advantage, the specials online, to do so. But you can't even do it if you don't have control of the Rainmaker, and right now we still see Honorbound holding control of this, moving forward onto the mounts of Squid S here, going down here on this little side street. Good. It looks like Squid S going to be able to kind of clean up here now. Just Tal left in mid, that Bamboo, as the rest of Honorbound swims in. It's going to be up to Tal to kind of hold this space, and I think the Bamboo going to be able to do it pretty well.
Yeah, I agree, especially with, the Whale with the kit that's recently seen some buffs. I think it's going to be powerful. Holding the space if it can just be accurate, but no static, able to sweep in and get that pick. And we want to see a little more team play like that with, both of those shots kind of curling in on the Bamboo there. But you see the jumps on the right-hand side. Ooh, Tao will go down once again. As things are even up front, you know that Squid S is looking for an opportunity to take that first push, and they are not able to quite yet. The Zuka shutting it down right away.
And right now, I just think that you're seeing a lot of these 1v1s go into the favor of Honorbound. So, Squid EST really needs to find here the way to get back in and fight together. They do find a checkpoint, or a lot of pressure here onto the checkpoint, with nobody picking up that Rainmaker quite yet. They've now lost the offensive pressure there to really get something super solid here in Street, since the rest of Honorbound has respawned. But they do find the check break, which is going to be huge for them to be able to continue forward here. They've got the Cooler online, but their members are pretty spread out. You see that you got Nate there on the right-hand side going down, and then you got multiple members over here on the left, and it's that you have these 1v1 fights that are going on, but we need to find a way for Squid EST to turn those into 2v1s, 3v1s, to be able to really get the map control here and get the space that they need to get going forward. The specials online do help with that a bit. They're able to find that and are able to push it up here across the cut. But now without the member in front of them to be able to guide the way, the Rainmaker's caught up in this little bit of an awkward position. They do slip past that suction bomb, but it isn't going to take too much for that one member to turn around and find the splat on them. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. They've got to find this space together. Nate here in the street finds a pick onto Tal. Light jumps in, but the Rainmaker takes them out. Just Nate left up now. Going to be going in to try to find a stop on the Rainmaker. Is able to get it, but is being chased down by the other members of Honorbound. Splatted out there to trade with Ton Warrior. And now 1 minute left in this game. They've got to find the space, but the mid is being contested heavily right now by Honorbound.
Yeah, I think that trade was huge because you saw that that left nobody up from Squid Est, but Honorbound, meanwhile, still had some folks in mid, as the Booyah will go in, taking out 2 of Honorbound. The Rainmaker, a crucial pick there when Honorbound was already 2 down to stop the Rain from making that jump to slow it down just long enough for the rest of the team to come in.
Like I said before, you've got to be really careful about how you play this. You've got to play it patiently. You've got to wait for the right advantage there. And I think they were just a little bit too hasty with that. And they're going to have to be careful because you've got like Ton up here being really sneaky about their positioning. You've got Halo there being really sneaky about what they're doing. And you've got to spot that out because you can't let the Rainmaker go down. You've got to basically get this dunk. It's definitely possible here. They're set up in a really good spot to do it. If they can get this Booyah out, it could potentially be huge for them. But they've got to avoid the whale as well, which is going to be creating a lot of pressure. They're jumping down into that, but the bomb and the splatter shot, they're going to take them out. Honorbound going to be taking this set 3-0. They're going to be your FTIU Week 42 champions.
Congratulations to Honorbound, able to win silver in number 41, and then graduating all the way to winning gold in number 42. So a great progression there. You like to see that from these teams as they grind, improve, get better, looking for those better results. And my goodness, the semifinal set was way closer than this. This was a pretty dominant 3-0 set win for Honorbound here in Grants.
Yeah, it definitely was them proving that they had what it takes there. But of course, you know, Squid Est, they're still putting on a great show, taking it all the way to overtime, getting really close to being able to flip the lead there, getting really close on that tower control game, but ultimately just wasn't enough. Before we go ahead and sign off, I'm going to be taking a look into some of our other matches. Third place match right now in gold bracket. Right now, Shrimp Fried Rice up to 1 against Paraheli. Going to be looking to try to knock that out to claim the last spot there on the podium. Down in silver bracket, you have Cosmic Slushy taking that bracket 3-2 over Space Lock, and Inked Hunter coming in third place. And then all the way down in our fan favorite Brone bracket, Rebels for Reba taking the win there 3-1 over Six Pack Yokes, and Grisco Workers Union coming in third place there. Of course, you can stay up to date, see who wins that third place in gold on our Discord or on our Twitter. But where, Sofa King, can the great people find you?
Thank you, Toma. My name once again is Sofa King. I'm captain of the Whip Rays. Can be found on Twitter at Sofa King Stream. But my goodness, what a tournament this was tonight. Excited to be on the comms with you. And we hope that you, the audience, will join us in a few weeks for From the Ink Up number 43.